Great. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the sixth round of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. I'm Grandmaster Miro, together with my wonderful co-host, Grandmaster Maria Fominich. We will be covering round 6 and, yes, forthcoming 3 more rounds.
Welcome, dear chess players. Let's bowl. The sixth round.
Yeah, so whenever it comes to 9 rounds tournaments, it's a little bit of abstract division, but I still like to look at it as the, opening, middle game and the end game of the tournament. So first 3 rounds, you're warming up. If you build a nice lead, it's like having an advantage in the opening. Still, nothing is decided, but it's good to have an advantage, right? Middle game, sometimes like games and tournaments get decided if somebody's running away with it. But in our case, where we have a leader on +1 and the last place on -1, so all the players are too close, and it's very likely that the end game of a tournament, last 3 rounds, will decide everything. Anyway, so today let's start with, like, very logically, start with board 1. And we see who's playing. Robert Hovhannisyan facing Shant Sargsyan. These players are not in the lead. Robert was very solid so far, 5 draws out of 5 games. Shant Sargsyan lost one game. Lost one game to his compatriot Avagyan.
And it's again a local battle.
Yeah, local derby, again some, Knight of Sicilian. Knight of Sicilian, we don't know what the choice is going to be.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5, yes. The most kind of theory heavy. You have h3, which been kind of favorite of, I believe, like on elite level, h3 being the favorite for quite some years, and then
f3 maybe.
People somehow returned back indeed to the English attack, f3, bishop e3, queen d2. We'll see. Anyway, mainline Sicilian, mainline Najdov promises us at least some intriguing theoretical battle and possibly an interesting game. Bishop e2, that's a bit of a modest approach, but of course, still, like, anything's possible.
Bishop e2, bishop e3 maybe.
Yeah, so I guess like the very main question, if black goes e5, which is,
knight b3.
I guess, the most, the most knight, well,
did
he play e6? Or it's me misclicking? I think he did play e6. Right, so that's what I wanted to say. So nowadays we feel like the most Neiderfish move, if you like, is e5, knight b3, bishop e7, blah, blah, blah. But also there is like a bit more old-fashioned way to play e6, to play this kind of Scheveningen type of structure. And let's not forget, g6 seems to be playable after bishop e2. So it's like, it's a dragon where white played bishop e2 and you've played a7, a6. So at least in the lines with the long castle, you could say my a6 in technique b5 is more useful than white's bishop e2. Yeah. So some people just play the dragon after bishop e2. Yeah.
But if you are truly Neiderfist...
yeah, it's either e5 or e6, and apparently we see e6. Okay, moving on to board 2, and there we have the players in more or less similar situation. Shimon Gumulaj against Sam Savian. Sam being on 50% with all draws. He had, well, a roller coaster of a tournament in a sense that I think he had one game with advantage and quite a few games when he was the one kind of escaping. But
like yesterday?
Yeah, like yesterday, for instance. But still, 5 draws out of 5 games, very solid. And Shimon started very well with a win in a second round, if I'm not mistaken. But then he suffered 2 consecutive defeats in the last 2 rounds, and now finds himself on -1.
Is it Ragozin?
It was, yes. Knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop b4, queen b3. And
attacking the bishop, and maybe c5?
c5 is, yeah, I want to say more or less the only move, the main move for sure.
If we take on c3 with the bishop?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we take immediately because then we end up in like some really strange.
And the bishop or the queen here or bc.
Yeah, BC is also playable, but like to discard the bishop c3 move, it's enough to look at queen takes, because you have this line, for instance, knight
queen
c3,
c2, you mean?
bishop b4, queen c2, d5, a3, bishop takes, queen takes, and now imagine instead of a3, which might be useful but not really, you have knight f3 move, right? So bishop c3, no, c5 is definitely the move, and then I'm not sure, bishop g5 is here, c takes d5, possibly a
d takes c5,
dc5 is also a move. Yeah, dc5, I think knight a6 is what they do. Knight c6 or knight a6, a3,
or e3
yeah,
maybe.
e3 possible as well. e3, knight e4, right? This could be the case. And if they take, black takes on c3, takes knight a to c5, and
some temples here.
That is, yeah. These positions are known to be kind of fine for black, right? Castles and
Too nice knight.
Yeah, knights are nice, exactly. So c5, dc5 played.
Already.
Yeah, and we'll see how this game develops.
Now, you know, Carlson Aranyang game was played.
Yeah, there should be a lot of games on a high level. I think like Ragozin somewhat moved out of fashion recently for no particular reason. And I've noticed this already for like 10 years, 15 years or something. So when an opening is played on a high level, and people play it, and then, you know, like somebody like Carson or like Kramnik back in the day, like some like really top player and good theoretician starts playing something, everybody picks it up. And this is how we end up with like everybody playing the Petrov or everybody playing the Grunfeld and so on and so on. And then they, up there on their level, they find some line which they consider to be problematic. And all of a sudden, everybody stops. But us mortals, we don't even know what the problem is. And you check for yourself and you look, for instance, like Grunfeld, like nobody's playing the Grunfeld now. Maybe MVL sometimes. Well, Swidler, yeah, but Swidler is like...
Anish?
He's an... no, Anish, I think, completely switched to exactly to Ragozin, to Queen's Gambits and so on. Yeah, and I think it's even more when it comes to e4. Because the kind of the fashion changes a lot. It was like everybody would play the Berlin, then everybody would play the Petrov, and so on and so on. Yeah, and they find some problematic line. They stop playing the opening, and we don't even know what the problem is. Right. So I think this is the case with Ragozin, because now people mostly switch to Queen's Gambit. If, let's say, if they play this e6, knight f6, e6, then the more popular move after knight f3 would be... I don't know, knight f3, d5, knight c3 would be bishop e7, or this h6, yeah. h6, by the way, it's still the move I find it hard to believe exists, but people play and actually play it quite well. Right, so c5, dc5, knight a6 already played. I think something like that is like long theoretical line. This knight takes, c takes, knight to e4, queen, don't know, d4 maybe, and then I'm not sure. But basically, you can have this type of endgame.
With a pair of bishops.
Yeah, a pair of bishops, but maybe some like, you know, knight c5, knight d3, and so on. But this is, I believe, is better for white. No, for white, but for white with pair of bishops, so it has to be a bit accurate, but essentially better for white.
And takes with a pawn, maybe?
I mean, you probably don't even have to. Because theoretically you could take, and this one, like black has such an advantage in development and plus some light squares, so even this could be sort of playable. But yeah, we'll see how the game develops later on. We can check what like side of the big theoretical moves are in this position.
Let's see, Shimon is thinking.
Shimon is thinking very early after knight a6. I think that is That is the position he's thinking. A3, from what I can see in your database, A3 being the main move.
Let me update.
Okay. And then again, we have our analysis board 15 minutes back, so kind of 15 minutes delayed, and we also have, Maria has it on her phone, the time travel machine where we have access to the moves without delay. So after knight a6, what was played? A3?
A3, let me check. A3, bishop c3.
Bishop takes, queen takes,
Queen takes, knight takes,
CD5 and queen d5. Yeah, makes sense.
So
Bishop
e3, b6,
b6,
rook d1, and the queen was
put on b7.
Put on b7, yeah.
Interesting.
Instead of the bishop.
Yeah, so queen b7. If you were to take on c5 twice, black is, I don't know, do we take b2?
Queen c6 maybe check.
Yeah. We cannot take b2. We cannot castle.
Prevent with the bishop
d7. I guess we will have knight e4, right? I mean, if b4, we can play knight e4, rook c8 first. Yes, if they insist on not letting us castle, then we will play knight e4 and queen moves. And
then...
bishop a4 as well. Now, this is definitely...
Winning for black.
Yeah, that's definitely a disaster, so white shouldn't play it. No, I mean, I was just trying to, like, you know, to be the maximalist, not to let black castle, but it just doesn't work.
Our king is...
we are seriously undeveloped with white, and therefore we cannot afford it.
So after queen b7,
big question is, how do I fight for advantage? Because
g3, bishop
there
g2,
is
and
g3, let's say castles, bishop g2. I guess if I have like few more moves, maybe white is just like better because of two bishops. There is something going on with knight d5 though, right? Like even immediately.
Let's continue.
So if I go to c2, knight e3, fe3, and you would think white has like terrible doubled pawns, but apparently
knight g5 is
apparently white is
a threat.
White is much better because knight g5 is a threat, and also knight h4 is a threat.
And b4
much less of a threat because I'm only winning in exchange, but still. So if if black say plays f5, there is a move like b4.
And after knight e4.
If you come back, then yeah, then knight h4 works. If knight e4, I'll just go, I don't know, knight e5 or castle first, but basically
knight g5 maybe to use this spin.
This spin is quite yeah, can I go knight g5 immediately, by the way? Knight g5, queen e7, knight e4, and now white would be like almost winning, but there is like counterpin. Counterpin now,
so should we castle
here? I guess like strangely white will only win a pawn and a double pawn, but still white is better. Yeah, white is still better, of course. So black has to be very careful, and g3, bishop g2 seems to be like a very, very
Let me check the
natural.
The base after b6,
rook d1 been seen many times, queen b7. We still have two games.
Sashikiran was played in
2018, so some 8 years back. g3, of course, was the move.
g3.
And bishop
d7.
Okay, bishop d7 makes sense to put it on c6 or even go bishop a4, disturb the rook. Yeah, say bishop g2, bishop a4 maybe.
Castle also possible. It was in the game played by Sashikiran. And
castle, bishop g2.
g2.
And then bishop d7.
And then knight d5.
Wait a second, knight d5,
queen c2 was played, and queen e7.
Queen e7 makes sense.
And finally, it was a draw.
At least he's not running into this knight g5 nonsense.
Yeah. But computer prefers white here.
Yeah, computer really likes white in this position. Okay, we'll see. At least this is something mildly theoretical, unorthodox, and well, yeah, with some chances for a complicated game.
So let's switch to another.
Yeah, we move to board 3. where we have Ray Robson and Vladislav Artemiev, and these are two of our three leaders, right? So we have three people on +1. Ray Robson, who lost in round two against Donchenko, but then won 2 games. And Artemiev, who was making draws, and then eventually won yesterday. And the third leader is Michal Sarin, who's playing on board 5. So here, Ray against Vladislav, Rui Lopez, D3, early D3. Okay. Early D3, B5 castles, A4, and Rook B8. So you had Bishop B7 as the main move. B4 is also possible. Is it possible? No, I mean, it's obviously possible, but I think, wait a second. So B4 is not as great. And the point why B4 is not as great is there is this line, Rook E1, B5, Bishop goes, castles, trying to play the Marshall. By the way, we have Marshall in one of our games. A4, B4, and then white sometimes would go D3, and then he has Rook on E1, right? So here, if... Okay, it's a very clumsy explanation. If there are any like Rui Lopez experts, they will probably laugh at me. Castles A4, if B4, then white doesn't have to play Rook E1. So basically that was my kind of idea.
C4 square, maybe?
Yeah, I guess A5, right? And then knight D2, knight C4, and so on. Yeah, Rook B8. Rook B8 is quite solid, I want to say. But after AB, white, in a sense, white gets what he wants, right? So the rook from A1 is already active, and white can try to play for knight C3, bishop G5, control of the D5 square. It's one way of developing. Vlad actually took on B5 and then went rook E1, kind of making sure that my remark about saving a tempo on rook E1 is irrelevant. So he doesn't want to save a tempo on rook E1. Again, I know it's not Vlad, it's like Ray Robson's playing with white. Yeah, Vlad played B5 and rook E8.
With black.
It's quite interesting that Artemiev playing this particular line is a little bit surprising. I'm really wondering what would happen in case of rook E1, because if anything, he doesn't strike me as the player who would like to play the Marshall, right? So there are players who, let's say, I mean, objectively, Marshall is a good opening. So maybe he just learned it and is inclined to play. But stylistically, you would expect, let's say, Artemiev to play more of I don't know, Berlin, I would say, suits him much more, right? Marshall, when you have to have like a precise theoretical knowledge, might not be his cup of tea.
Maybe he's updated.
Yeah, maybe he changed. So there is that. Then we have board 4, and that is Donchenko against Hakobian. Donchenko had a fantastic tournament up to the kind of the middle game against Aravind 2 days ago. So Donchenko won in round 2, and then he was much better / winning against Aravind.
Yeah, but he lost.
Then something went like terribly wrong. He lost that game, and then he lost yesterday.
But today he's
he's playing
with white.
He plays with white, and facing Aram Hakobian, of course, he will try to make something happen.
Aram lost yesterday, no?
Yeah. Aram had a very good tournament, right? So he was very close to a win. First of all, like he made a few draws. He was very close to a win against Shan Sargsyan. Then he won his game finally against Gumulaj in a spectacular endgame at the very end. Remember this H2 doubled H pawns they were promoting. Yeah, but then he lost yesterday against Ray Robson with white. So now it's a very, again, we will keep saying it, but this round is very important for every player, for Aram Hakobian as well. like his tournament destiny. So now that he's on back to 50%.
And this is Rogozin again or not?
That is more of a. I'm actually not sure. Like the knight's not yet on f3,
Okay.
right?
And
So that
what's
is
the
like a
diff?
hybrid of Nimzo
Ah.
and something else. E3, h6. Bishop goes
I remember
g5.
this sharpest
Yeah,
line here.
and early 94.
And Nepo games, maybe you remember. With h5, h4, and takes on
I've seen
g3.
this.
Yeah.
I've seen this, and I think I've even played it. There is this line, h5, and if they go bishop d3,
h4.
it's h4.
And the bishop is
Bishop e5, f6.
trapped after this.
Bishop takes, pawn takes. Bishop seemingly is trapped, but white has d5. And now if you take the bishop, of course, queen a4. No knight c6. Yeah, d5. And I'm not sure. I think the theory is this. Now I see knight a6 being possible. This one I'm not aware of. I remember bishop c3, queen d5, bishop f6, and castles. And it used to be kind of considered playable for black. It's like very sharp because the moment you go knight e2, black's going to go h3. But
and opposite colors.
Yeah, opposite colored bishops. Like black king is obviously very exposed, but also white king is not very comfortable. It was like a sharp line 8 years ago. I guess now, who am I to argue with computer? If computer wants knight a6, that probably is. No, wait. You know what? Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe knight a6 is actually the move, and then they go a3. Yeah. That makes much more sense. They go a3, takes, and yeah, so it's more or less an extra tempo with a knight on a6. Yeah, of course.
So the idea
of course, bishop takes, castles, yeah, and somewhere you have this strats. So they have to go bishop d4 to stop knight c5, and then you go something bishop g4 or bishop d7, whatever. Anyway, that's
the previous position was okay, but there is much better for
this
black.
One looks very nice. And then instead of h5, but I guess also like after h5, f3 is something that people do nowadays. Knight takes, pawn takes, and this is like black gets two bishops, but still like a very, very sharp position. Bishop f5 was played. Bishop f5, bishop d3, knight c6, knight f3. And this is really a transposition to Rogozin. I mean, I have no idea what the right move is, because knight e2 is also something you would think about.
Take the knight on c3 and the bishop on g3.
Yeah, have
maybe
some,
after take
some f3 ideas.
Yeah. And he played
knight f3, and black didn't play. Oh, maybe we could see what black played in response to knight f3.
He played h5.
And this is it. That's all we have, right?
Something new, maybe. No.
Uh,
Maybe, but
I don't know.
Maybe a little bit later.
No access to computer just yet. So h5 was the intention to play h4. The bishop is in trouble. And if you were to go h3 or
h4,
well, h4 is what computer wants. Then you take this guy as well. I mean, I don't know if I should be taking automatically, because sometimes I have thoughts like this. Sometimes, or knight g5, whatever, but it's a whole rook. If let's say in this, it will become an exchange if I will win this h1 knight, which I will probably do, but it will take me some time, right? So if let's say in this position I'm already taking on h1, I'm very happy, but yeah, being as it is, it's probably not sufficient compensation. So knight takes, f takes, bishop d3, queen d3.
Maybe queen d6 to attack the pawn on g3.
Yeah, queen d6 possible, and then interestingly, I see computer goes castle short.
I thought about castle long, actually. Castles.
Yeah, long castle looks much more logical, right? Because black is supposedly castling long, right? And then having the king short castled looks
So,
somewhat dangerous. But yeah, but that is apparently like a very concrete position where
to take some.
I'm not even sure. Like if you take g3, I guess knight e2 is what computer tells me. Knight e2, kick the queen away, then
so I
take
have
on
no
g5
attack,
or even like
actually.
a3, bishop goes.
All my pieces in the
b4, bishop goes, and yeah,
queen's
thanks to
side.
thanks to this e3 pawn, the bishop's
The
not
bishop.
doing much, the knight's not doing much, and we eventually take here, and white is much better.
My idea was somehow to use this open files, G file, H file, but maybe after queen d6, short castle.
Maybe takes on
Yeah,
h4,
takes on
right?
h4. And then
If,
to take
let's
on
say if I take
on
back,
c3. Okay, my bishop is worse. And then long castle.
Yeah, but I think the problem is like knight g5,
knight
and there is no
g5.
good move here.
All the pieces are
Queen g3,
hanging.
we have rook f3 first. We have rook f3 first, and then after queen h4, knight f7 wins material.
And my knight on c6.
Yeah,
is
the
out
knight
of
is
play.
also, yeah, like
Yeah,
you want it
e4,
here,
yeah.
want it here, but it's not here.
Okay, computer
Interesting.
is always
Computer is
right.
very hard to argue with. Yeah. Now, I guess maybe you take on h4, and then I'm not sure. I'm tempted to take with the rook, but rook takes, then you go queen d6, hit this, and if I castle long, well, if I castle long, strangely, it's good for black.
Now white hasn't the pawn on h4.
No, knight g5. So
to
maybe
jump on g5.
yeah, you're right. So it's actually important to take with the pawn
The
so
pawn,
that I have
yeah.
knight g5 threats. And again, after queen d6 or something, I castle, and it's this similar idea.
So
okay, so h5.
h5, h4.
From what it looks,
played.
h5 is actually kind of provocative, because h5, h4, and black really needs to show what he meant by this h5 move.
And what if not to take on g3?
Yeah, the big question is like what happens if you go g4, right? Knight here.
If it takes, we will take on f5, yeah?
Which one?
g5.
Knight g5, I think bishop f5, yeah. Knight e6, and then we guess castle short. The king is now safe because the fines are closed. The bishop fantastic on f5, d5 weak. Yeah, looks like white might be getting something. So h5 was a bit...
Maybe some tricks after h5, h4. I think knight g3 is the main line here.
I don't know.
Bishop.
There's knight g5 always, right? There's always knight g5. I almost was tempted to go, say, bishop e6 and queen d6 and say, okay, at least my bishop defends f7. But somehow computer is not impressed whatsoever. Queen f2.
Maybe it's better to have the bishop on g4 to prevent long castle, but your idea to...
Yeah, somehow they go here, queen on f4, or knight e2, knight f4, just a pawn up, strangely. Okay. Anyway, there is this game, and then finally on board 5, and let me see if we have
Indian Derby.
Yeah, it's Indian Derby. It's this funny line against the Marshall that I believe I've first seen it played by Pragnananda against Dubov, if I'm not mistaken, in the World Cup. Bishop c2. Okay. No. Never mind. It's utter ridiculous nonsense. No. d5, e d5, knight d5, d4 was Pragnananda Dubov, I think.
Classical Marshall.
Something like that, yeah. But not taking the pawn. Or h3, no. It was h3 and later on somehow d4. So here, knight a5 is a very, very rare move Basically, black doesn't want to play the marshal, but wants to play some sort of a spin-off.
And also, again, we can take on e5.
Yeah,
And
if you
it's
take
next
here,
support,
I think they take on b3 first. Let's say you would take with the pawn, bishop b7, d3, and then they go d5.
d5. Is it Carlsen's idea? No?
It could be. I mean, we've seen something very similar.
Similar in Carlsen game, yeah?
We've seen something very similar. I'm just like not sure. I think usually you have this position where some different move order, because when, let's say, when they play for marshal and get this position, usually they go d5 here. They play the marshal attack itself. Knight a5 is a bit of a sideline.
Yeah, everybody
Anyway,
is tired of it.
Yeah, bishop c2, d5, d4, de4, knight e5, and c5. This came as an early surprise to Aravind, who is the only ones spending moves,
We can
spending
continue
time.
with some moves.
Yeah, but there's not much. c5 and only one move, bishop g5
Bishop
was
g5.
played.
And what about the time? 1 hour 10 minutes.
Aravind.
Ravind and Michal Sarin, 1 hour 16.
So it looks like we have difficulties with the cameras from the playing hall.
Let's switch to another.
Yeah, you see, I mean, all the cameras from the playing hall are getting somewhat stuck, so it could be the connectivity issue. But for that, we have this one prepared. When we can look at we could look at the board, at players' times, and not bother with the video of the from the playing hall as well as the video of ourselves. Okay, so I'm looking at. Looking at this game, which is back to Hovhannisyan Sargsyan. Yeah. Najdov, remember the Najdov, bishop e3, queen c7, g4, d5. And then again, here it would really be cool if, let's say, if we had any sort of computer access, or rather access not to the computer, because it all looks very standard, but just to see if this is, I mean, what the database has to say.
Do you have any associations here?
H3 g4?
G4.
I guess H3 g4, but wait, but if I went H3 e6 g4, I don't think queen c7 is the move, right?
And d5 here looks.
D5 is, you know, that used to be one of the main lines, right? So that you can go bishop g2. Also, I think this used to be debated and takes and knight de2, so that if you take queen d8, king d8, knight c3, it was kind of considered better for white for a long time, and probably is still. So anyway, bishop e2, e6, bishop e3, queen c7, g4, d5, ed5, bishop b4. That is a cool kind of
bishop b4 is
cool idea, right? And then
after, if he takes on e6,
that's what he's done. He took on e6, bishop c3, pawn takes, queen takes, king f1. Regrettably, you cannot block. Bishop loses, bishop d2 loses the knight on d4, queen d2 loses the rook. Yeah, so you have to go king f1, and f takes e6, with, from what I understand, the idea to castle, and then the rook on f8.
Who's better
be looking
here?
at the king. Who is better and why is a usual question. Rook b1.
How to evaluate this position?
I guess
a pair of bishop for white, but
similar, kind of same material. White didn't even sacrifice a single pawn. I would think white should be better. Like
rook g1, rook g3.
Rook g1, rook g3 is something I like a lot, and then ideally king g1 or
G1.
g2. Yeah.
It's,
But I don't know. Rook b1 was played and was
Rook
played
b1, rook
relatively.
b3, rook
It's
g1,
kind
rook
of
g3.
similar, right? Rook b1, I guess black castles nonetheless. And let's say if rook b3, black goes to c7. I still have difficulties kind of arranging these pieces because
Why rook g1 is not possible here?
no, it is well.
Ah,
I
yeah,
guess no.
the pawn on
This
but
one we are
maybe-
not worried. No,
Yeah.
I don't think we are worried about h2. It's just that rook g1. I'll say they go. I don't know. e5 is something I want to
Maybe,
look at.
f5 square for
e5,
my knight.
knight
No?
f5. Yeah.
You can take.
Even like takes, king h8 to avoid bishop h6, then knight to c6, rook to d8. Who knows?
I need some tempo to double my rooks on the g5.
On the g file. Yeah, but then
Bishop
then
b6
we go bishop
and
b6, for instance, f7 or c8, maybe to attack that.
or c6 to attack the bishop on b6
To
stop
keep
me
to keep the bishop under attack. Yeah, and bishop f3, you have e4. It's very tricky. Wait. Queen d3 was played. Okay. This I understand can be better for white if we, let's say, traded the queens. And I cannot do this. The
no
pawn
attack
is,
with the, without the queens.
yeah, wait. So maybe that's why.
Rook g1.
G1 castle. I cannot play queen d3 because this thing is hanging. I thought like if I can achieve this position. So in general, like this sort of endgame is probably good for white. This sort of endgame. It's just like I never get it, this endgame, because after rook b1 castle, queen d3, you can even take, and I have to take with the pawn. Right, because this doesn't work. And queen d3 was already played, I think. Right?
Queen d3? Really?
Was it?
He sacrificed the pawn?
Let me
g4?
see. No. He took. I think he took with the pawn. Yes, queen d3 played. Queen d3 played, but no, black didn't take. Because queen takes, c takes, and then the pawn is protected as if e5, knight f5, some strange looking position like that.
Can it take on g4 after knight f5? No? Some checks? Knight e7, knight e7, knight c8. Okay.
And bishop c5 because
knight,
knight c8 you have knight e3 check. Yeah, knight e3 is hanging with a check, but bishop c5 is a possibility. And then you have, at the very least, you have this strat. You have like various strats. So apparently white is very good in this situation. That's why after queen d3, knight d5 was played. Now
he's forcing maybe to take on c3.
Yeah, but then the bishop on e2 is
and
is
he
taken.
played he played queen c3.
White played queen c3.
Yeah.
Queen c3, knight c3. The question is, where do we go
with the rook
here? Rook b3, for instance. Knight takes, king
and
takes,
e5. Yeah.
e5.
Very logical.
Knight f5. Now, if you take b7 is a problem, right?
Okay, but b5 to protect the pawn.
b5, yeah, maybe.
And then knight on c6 or d7.
Yeah, feels like black should have enough, right? Even like that, and you will end up in some sort of an endgame.
Maybe to some
to equalize.
To equalize, yeah.
This rook c7, you go knight f6, for example. And yeah, looks good enough for black. So if anything, if white wanted to look for an advantage, maybe don't take c3, but look for something else. Bishop d2 was an option. But then, by the way, if bishop d2, if black was to trade the queens, then again, we are probably coming back to this situation where white seems to be better. But after bishop d2, there is a move like queen c5.
And the king on f1, maybe.
Yeah, the king on f1 is not great. There is also e5.
e5, knight c6.
Yeah.
Some threats
some threats here. So yeah, after
But after
sorry,
exchange,
after knight d5, queen takes, knight takes. That's probably gonna be relatively quiet. Yeah, you take, and indeed you might just like
but he
forced
played rook
everything.
b6 except instead of rook b3. But maybe there it is.
Hang on, knight c3, rook b6.
Six.
Right?
Yeah.
Can't you go here? This hanging, this hanging.
And
Have
the
to go
only move.
back. Yeah, have to go back, and then not sure if I take
Maybe five
this.
first.
Yeah,
Because
yeah. I
after
just
rook
wanted to say
e3,
like this is not very attractive because e6 pawn is weak and I'm developing fast. So e5 first. Now if I move the knight, then you're probably very happy to
maybe
take.
pin
So
after
some bishop c4, rook d8 only move. This one's still hanging. Let's say knight f5, bishop takes, pawn takes, and b5 is important.
So many exchanges here. And
If I,
after bishop
what do I do? Take
bishop
or
e2,
bishop b2, and you just go knight c6, right? You don't
or
even want.
even
Yeah, you could take, but probably knight c6
Ah.
as well because bishop g5. Okay. Actually, I thought rook f8, but comp
you
even
mean that
comp
that
even
knights
wants knight d4.
knights
Yeah.
are
Knights are
stronger than
not worse than bishops. Yeah, like the knight, one knight on d4, other one on f4 looks very, very comfortable for black. So not necessarily an advantage for white. Anyway, rook b6. We are out of the opening discussion, and I believe, yeah, that's one of those positions where the player who plays better wins, right? Not necessarily because of the opening.
Okay, what the game is most interesting today?
We do not know it yet. This promised to be interesting, but then changed. Gumulage with Savian. Not sure. Queen b7, g3, bishop d7. No more moves, or at least no more moves in that delayed transmission. So I can check. Oh, bishop takes c4. Whoa, wait a second. Bishop takes c5. Bishop takes c5, and now bc5 is possible, but also rook c8 is possible. I think black equalizes easily.
Maybe Aravin Nihal Sarin is
Yeah, that's
the most
probably
complicated.
the most exciting. So I
Yeah.
just want to like again make a full circle,
Full.
check all the other games. Rook
Okay.
e1, d6, c3. That is just like a normal Rui Lopez. I think something very similar, if not the exact position, was played in Nepo Carlsen match. Rook e1, d6, b4 might still be Nepo Carlsen.
And also Nepa Duda.
Yeah. So d6, c3.
D6, C3.
And b4.
B4 was played, yeah.
We don't know yet.
This is the third move in the base.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
H6, bishop e6 was played, and b4.
And b4 as well. Yeah. I mean, it's never too much for white, but basically it's your usual, let's say if black was to take, and so your usual problem with knight on c6 being misplaced. If in this position black, let's say, has a knight on g6, he should be perfectly fine. With a knight on c6, it's somewhat awkward, so there are still some tricks. Anyway, c3, b4, not, wait. There's something to actually pay attention to. And this sort of confirms my theory on Artemiev not being the biggest expert on this line. Time for this game. And okay, I mean, you see time display, but the actual time, if we travel to the kind of Real moves, that's the position they have without a delay. Real times are
45.
Ray Robson 124, so basically didn't spend much time at all. And Artemi was down to 45 minutes after, so basically spent half of his time after only 11 moves. That's not the most practical, if you'd ask me.
And after b4, not.
There are some games, right?
Some, but not very popular variation. Yeah.
H3 or what's the move?
Knight bd2 or
Knight
h3.
BD2 or H3, yeah.
4 games with knight bd2 and only one with h3 was played.
Okay, moving on. Board 4, Donchenko.
Donchenko Avagyan is.
Yes, it's actually also quite an interesting game. I gotta say, Avagyan did not find any alternative after h4. Didn't find any alternative to knight takes, bishop, queen takes, and instead of queen d6, he went gh4.
Maybe it's better.
White takes back with the pawn. Still, computer is kind of on white's side. Says white is much better. White is much better. It's very hard to stop the combination of moves knight g5 and castle short, hitting f7, queen f5, and so on.
But if he knows that the short castle is better than the long castle, I agree. But maybe he's.
Yeah, I guess he'll find it. Yeah, he'll
because
find it.
Long castle looks very logical.
It also looks quite logical, but it's I believe it's like a tempo based position.
Okay, let's continue with
Queen
long
d6.
castle maybe.
If you go long castle, I think they just take.
Take with that queen. And
take with the queen, and then they castle, so
and
that
knight
after
g5.
knight g5 you can go queen e7.
I just try to understand why
F1,
long
F6,
castle is a mistake.
Yeah, but with short castle, your knight g5 simply wins, right? Castle knight g5, you don't have queen e7 because I'll just take.
Yeah, the short castle is rook.
Rook is already playing from a pawn. Yeah. So what I was thinking, like if black goes queen d7 and I'm castling short, is there a world where I say take c3, maybe bc3, and I go f6? And that's an ugly move, but at least I thought I'm stopping knight g5. And Compi educates me that yes,
are not stopping.
Yeah, I stopped knight g5, but I didn't stop knight e5 apparently. And the trick is, when pawn takes, it's check on g6 and check on f6.
And the rook is hanging.
Win the rook. Yeah.
And you know that no games found in my base after.
Yes, I think h5 might be like a confusing. Yeah.
Yes, h5 is
even this one's rare. Like, can we go back a couple of moves back? Yeah, knight e2, knight e2. So knight f3 is completely different move.
Well, the only one game was played with knight f3 before.
Okay, let's look at it.
All guys played.
Yeah. So knight e2, and if you go h5. F3.
They have no knight g5
knight
actually.
Takes, like.
So it's.
Or whatever, or you go h4, knight takes.
Knight takes.
This doesn't make any sense, I guess, because among other things you can go bishop e6 actually. Knight's only 2. Yeah, I guess that's the point. So
the point is
he probably confused that after knight e2 you can play h4, and after knight f3 it's just a bad move, it seems. Sorry, not h4 but h5. H5 for black. It's probably just a bad move because you cannot really hold everything.
A new threat, knight g5. You never.
G h4, gh4, and black is thinking.
But maybe we can prevent it with the bishop.
Back to e7, but then this is hanging. Queen f5 is very annoying. Knight b4 and some. Knight b4 is not threatening knight c2. Sorry, knight b4 is just a3.
Yeah, maybe in another position, but.
I'm not even sure, like how we. Everything is misplaced. Look,
yeah.
I mean, if I go knight e7,
Maybe
queen
after,
d5, yeah?
maybe queen d7,
Queen d7, yeah, castle.
and here bishop e7, because
Bishop
now you have
e7,
the move of
yeah.
queen
Ah,
f5.
you covered
Yeah,
queen
I covered
f5.
f5.
Knight g.
If knight g5, fine.
Black at least
No,
can
yeah,
take.
take and long
Long
castle.
castle.
Maybe it's
Queen f5.
playable position.
Yeah, looks better for white anyway, right? Queen f5 or even... Okay, rook f5 is what Compi wants. Queen f5 is also pleasant, right? Hit this. So, yeah, it's probably defendable, but it's very rare that white gets any form of advantage, like in this line in particular and in modern opening theory in general, right? And in our game, it actually does seem that white is better after the opening. With Donchenko, it's almost always the case. He's very well prepared in the opening, and he always has like a very good, promising position.
Akapian was surprised.
Yeah. And finally, we said board 5 is the most entertaining, but for whatever reason, they got stuck after bishop g5. Nihal Sarin has spent quite a lot of time already.
Yesterday, Nihal Sarin's game was the most fascinating, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was like, it was entertaining and it was also very good quality, right? So he actually won a very, very good game. So bishop to g5. I mean, the threat, I imagine, is very simple. So let's pretend we go bishop b7. Then this is not something concerning.
The queen is hanging on d1, maybe it's... I don't know.
Some lines.
Yeah.
You have a choice. I mean, you can keep the material equal by going bishop e5. Now I cannot take this. Queen d1. Yeah, so white has to take on b7. This is where you take on h2 and knight b7. So that's option A. Yeah, this is fine for black. But also you have option B, which is take here, rook takes here, and I was thinking cd4.
Including the exchange on d4?
Yeah, like cd4, and some, then rook a7. Rook e7 will just... maybe don't take on d4, so then the knight cannot develop, yeah? Maybe go queen d5 here or something. But I don't know, computer says that is, yeah, this one's better for white, so probably I had to go for bishop e5. So that is if white tries to win the pawn immediately, but white can do knight d2.
And after takes on d4.
C takes, and if you take with the queen, knight e4, queen d1, rook a d1, like massive simplifications. Seems like white is, like, to me, it seems to me that white is like tiny bit better because better sort of coordination, but should be manageable to save fc8 or ac8 simply. That's what it does. ac8, bishop moves, bishop e4, bishop e4, and bishop b4. Now hitting this, rook e2, and then knight takes, rook takes, completely. Everything is completely symmetrical.
Quite a normal situation for top players. And it looks like very complicated opening, and after some moves, it starts to be absolutely equal.
Yeah. Oh, I even remember from my commentator's career, let's say, when here on board 1, when, let's say, you see the knight and imagine...
You expect some...
yeah, and you even see bishop g5, e6, f4, I mean, all of that. And some people get excited because, yes, it's a sharp line and so on, but if both players know, you're very likely to see some, some rather boring endgame after 30 moves of theory.
Bishop b6.
Yeah, you mean queen b6, queen b2, yeah. Including this one, yeah. So there are like very, very long lines which end in an equal position. By the way, we didn't check this one.
Perpetual attack for the queen in some variation.
Yeah. There is like almost a forced draw, exactly. And I think white cannot afford, or black cannot avoid, and white is not advised to avoid. Okay, so in fact, after that, knight e5 was not played. Knight e2, king e2, knight d7, rook e6. So this does seem to be like some sort of preparation. And the line goes knight f6. Now, if you move, I believe black is like completely fine with bishop g4.
Check, yeah.
Right, so there is some funny option of doing this. The rook's hanging, the knight's hanging. After rook e8 to go knight c7. And again, I don't know what it is. Rook
a lot of
takes,
a lot of exchange.
F takes, rook c8. This, and some, probably drawish rook endgame at the end. Okay, so there you have it. Round 6 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. After first round of play, we have interesting games, entertaining games. Not all of them will be long today. It feels like there will be games that will kind of sort themselves. Yeah, something like that. This could be like a very quick simplifications. Then again, Arvind, I don't know. Gumulaj with Sevian, likely again. Like I'm actually not sure if rook c8 was played. Let me double check, because bishop c5. What? Yeah. Actually, played, bishop c5. Yeah, rook c8, bishop g2, rook takes c5, queen e3, queen to c7. Obviously, clear steering of the long diagonal. White castled and black castled. Black might already be slightly better, to be honest.
Because of c-file?
Yeah, black has c-file, then like usually c-file and d-file open, you get it in the Catalan, right? And then in the Catalan, at least black's pawns would be a6, b5, in some endgames there is like this bishop b7 stuff, and so here
knight e5 in Catalan is also...
Yeah, knight e5, knight d3, right? Something like, well, actually here maybe you want to play knight e1 and knight d3, but still black is very, very well coordinated compared to the Catalan, right? So should be no problem whatsoever, and potentially even slightly better. But again,
maybe rook c2, bishop b5 to attack the opponent, b2, e2.
There is bishop a4 just to see where the rook is going, So there is that. Robson Artemiev can be anything, to be honest. Like particularly knowing that Artemiev is playing a new position to him, so doesn't matter how, let's say, how calm, how equal it is. If he gets into a time trouble, there will be some excitement. Donchenko is better. Donchenko is better against Hakobian, that's we are sure. And then here we don't know yet what will be the result of the endgame. Okay, and with this information, I think it's fair for us to call for a little break. Yeah, we'll come back in some 10 minutes to continue with round 6, the last round of the middle game of the tournament. So if you want to build your lead, you want to win in round 6 before going in 3 final rounds. Stay tuned, guys. We will be back shortly.
Շատ հաճախ հասարակությունը բախվելով տարբեր մարտահրավերների
Society, often faced with various challenges, finds within itself the key that will help to overcome or confront these very challenges.
Այսօր մենք շատ հաճախ ենք գործ ունենում տեխնոլոգիական զարգացման
Today, we're often faced with rapid changes of technological development.
մի կողմից դրանք շատ լավ դրանք շտացնում են մեր կյանքը
On the one hand, they make our lives much easier, but as it is said, these technologies do not make us smarter, if not the other way around.
Շախմատը ես դիտում եմ հաճախ որպես հասարակության կողմից փոխհատուցող մի գործիք
And I often see chess as a compensatory tool by society that allows our minds to grow.
այնպես որ ես կանխատեսում եմ որ 20 տարի կամ մի քիչ ավել կամ պակաս
So I predict that in about 20 years we will have a generation that will be much more responsible and honest.
այն երեխաները որոնք շախմատից ավելի բարձր հաջողություններ են ունենում շատ ավելի բարձր է
Children who are more successful in chess generally have a stronger ability to weigh. But why chess?
Շախմատային կրթության արդյունքում
As a result of chess education, we're able to develop the child's cognitive process in the most harmonious way.
այստեղ մենք ունենք հնարավորություն մտածելավուճի զարգացման, այսինքն
Here we have the opportunity to develop a way of thinking that is, to think in terms of formation of a certain social style.
այստեղ եւ երևակայությունն է, այստեղ եւ հիշողությունն է մշտապես։
Here is the imagination and here is the memory of the constant operations that have already been demonstrated. In general, all this is the formulation of internal speech and accordingly concentration.
Սա ամենաներդաշնակ պոտենցիալն է, որը որ
This is the most harmonious potential we can form in a child.
Որն է այսօրվա
What do you think is the role of chess teaching in today's educational philosophy?
կարծում եմ որ
Today, I think that chess can play a crucial role in our education
որովհետև հիմնական ռեսուրսներից մեկը որ
because one of the main resources that are very important in education is concentration.
շախմատը այն գործունեության տեսակներից է որ
And chess is one of the activities that also focuses on it.
կարող եմ ասել որ շախմատը սովորեցնում է կարգապահություն
I can state that chess teaches discipline because it is one of those games where we have a clear and fixed rules.
իրական կյանքում մենք հաճախ
In real life, we often think only about what we should do.
բայց օրինակ շախմատը
But for instance, one of the biggest advantages of chess is that the chess player has to calculate not only his or her steps, but also the opponent's.
երբ որ ես շախմատում փորձում եմ
When I try to decide what to play in the given position in chess, I must calculate how my opponent will respond me if I choose any of the pieces.
դիմացին ինչ
դիմացինը ինչ
հակափայլով
կարող է
է առաջ
պատասխանել
գալու։
ինձ այո օրինակ պատկերացրեք եթե իրական կյանքում էլ մենք այսպես մտածենք օրինակ մտածենք եթե ես
Imagine, for example, that in real life we would have thought so. Like, if I take the step towards a person, how can he respond me?
շախմատը ընդունված է անվանել որպես ինտելեկտուալ խաղ, մտածելու խաղ, բայց ես ձեզ ասեմ, որ եւ որպես արվեստ
Chess is commonly referred as an intellectual thinking game. But let me add that chess, both as an art and as a sport, has great psychological and emotional potential.
Պարզվում է, որ շախմատը հանդես է գալիս ամենաբարձր
It turns out that chess is the most diverse and the best life model.
Ինչպես ենք ցույց տալիս կամ ապացուցում
How do you show or prove to a parent that chess knowledge will have the potential to be used in the future?
պետք է առաջ
We must initially take into account the interdisciplinary connections. That is to say, the connection of chess with mathematics or with the field of IT. The second, third, or fourth grade child is already able to analyze, plan, or assess the situation.
կամ գնահատել իրավիճակը
It seems to me that all this is the guarantee of learning other subjects well and being a good specialist in the future.
Ես տեսնում եմ, որ երեխաների մոտ այն երեխաներ, ովքեր որ կարող են շախմատում
I see that kids who are able to do better in chess perform even successful at mathematics.
ուսուցիչները որ որակներ
What qualities, abilities, or goals do teachers see in the field of general education?
Հիմնականում շեշտում էին կոնկրետ վերլուծելու կարողությունը, այսինքն կանխատեսելու, պլանավորելու, համադրելու։
Teachers mainly emphasize the ability to analyze, predict, plan, and combine, the development of algorithmic, logical thinking, as well as the role of chess in the process of formation of observation.
շախմատ ուսումնական առարկայի շրջանակներում
What personal qualities are formed within the subjects of chess?
դա օպերատիվ վերաբերմունքն է։
The essence of chess is the operative attitude that at this moment, at this time, in this place, the child must take a step.
Այսինքն լուծման
In other words, the rationality of the solution in the given time.
երկրորդը ինքը պատասխան է
Secondly, the child is responsible for his or her step.
ինֆորմացիա է ստանում ընդունվող կամ մերժվող կողմից։
Thirdly, he or she receives information from the recipient and only by looking at the opponent's face can guess how strong, positive, or negative the step was. That is, the child develops emotional intelligence.
Շախմատը այն առարկան է, որ մշտապես, հա, տարբեր փոփոխվող իրավիճակներում
Chess is a subject that constantly aims and overcomes obstacles in different changing situations. It has emotional feelings, it controls those emotional feelings, and finally,
բավականին շատ հետազոտություններ ունենք, որտեղ որ մենք տեսնում
currently we have an enough amount of research proving that emotional intelligence of pupils studying chess is quite high.
Ժամանակակից մեր կյանքը ինքը եւս ապացուցում է
Modern life proves that creative, flexible, and enterprising people are in great demand nowadays, and modern education aims to identify those people. Chess is in fact not only a model of life, but also of creativity.
դասավանդումը նպաստում է ստեղծարարության չափորոշիչների
Teaching is especially conducive to the development of flexibility, originality, and sophistication.
Կրթության մեջ շախմատը այլ առաքելություն ունի իրականացնելու։
In education, chess has a different mission and is multi-layered.
Շախմատը պահանջում է վիզուալիզացնելու։
Chess requires visualization, that is to say, the development of visual perception.
Վիզուալիզացիան այն կարողությունն է, որը մարդուն օգնում է ցանկացած իրավիճակից առաջ ստեղծել մտապատկերներ եւ
Visualization is the ability to help a person create ideas before any situation and try to visualize the situations in possible detail.
Վերապատրաստման դասընթացի բովանդակ
That is to say, the content of training course is based on the assessment of the teacher's expectations and needs.
Անպայման երկու, հա, կարևոր սկզբունք ենք որդեգրել։
Definitely, we have adopted two possible principles. The first is that the needs of teachers must be identified and adequately answered.
Եվ երկրորդը հենվում ենք մեր հետազոտությունների
And second is that we rely on our research, which is not only psychological, but also sociological and methodological based.
Ինձ ապրեցրել է շախմատը եւ այսօր
Chess revived me, and today I help others feel good. This has been the role of chess in my life, like many others.
And we are back again. Round 6 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial is on the way.
And some new moves.
Some new moves, and we will start from the game on board 4, where Alexandra Donchenko seemingly got some advantage against Aram Hakobian.
And maybe he at least confused his opponent.
Yeah, for sure. This knight f3 move that we are discussing, right? I mean, it feels like black reacted in the standard way as you would do with the knight on e2, and with the knight on f3 it doesn't really work. So castles, now black took on c3, bc3, long castles, and rook e1.
Idea to play e4 or knight g5 is also
Knight
possible.
g5 is a series. Yeah, I guess maybe we should show that knight g5 f6. After this check, black would go here, and at least like knight f6, there is queen e3. Yeah, so the idea of rook e1 is that, yeah, I defend e3, and now I want to go knight g5.
F6 maybe?
F6, and then, again, there is a computer move knight d2, but we were thinking e4, kind of a natural move. And to be honest, even this endgame, it feels a bit more pleasant for white, because perhaps these pawns are a bit weaker than white pawns. Or you just take with the rook, queen goes, don't know, somewhere, and you play this position.
And G file or B file, what is better here?
Yeah, probably white is not really going for the B file, because even if you double, there's B6, king B8, the king is relatively safe. It's more about these pawns, and maybe the main factor is, in fact,
the difference.
Who will kind of activate the knight better, because knight on c6 is obviously not great, but for the time being, knight on f3 as well is restricted by f6 pawn.
That's why maybe it was better to play knight d4 before if
knight d2. Yeah, so that's what computer was doing. Yeah, so that's why it wants to go knight d2, and say after rook g8 it would go e4, and if you were to take knight e4, hitting
knight
this,
is better on e4 than...
no, that's still knight f6, of course, yeah. Queen g7 maybe, not to lose. You do lose because of this sneaky check on h3, defending the pawn, and then knight f6. So, yeah, for now we have position after rook e1, no move from black, and it's not so easy to make a move for black.
The natural move is f6, of course.
Yes, I mean, that is what we wanted to achieve, and it turns out that f6, knight d2, white is just much better, apparently. Okay, let's move on. Let's visit what?
Sevian?
Oh, maybe, yeah, Sevian is board 2. Yeah,
it's board 2, yeah.
Sevian is walking, so his opponent, Shimon Gumulaj, is thinking.
I know why he is walking. His position is...
his position is pleasant, right?
Pleasant for black.
I don't know if there were any additional moves. No, castle, and white is thinking already for quite some time. So that is the position we have on the delayed board.
The similar position.
On your screen, and a similar position is currently live in a playing hall, which means white has spent more than 15 minutes thinking about that. I guess like one way of trying to simplify would be rook c1.
Rook c8.
But black just goes rook c8. Yeah, you could take black takes. You take black takes, and I think it's like
knight e3, knight d4 or knight e1.
Knight e1 to d3
or knight d4.
I think the problem with knight e1 is bishop b5, and somehow we get the kind of the most unlucky setup, right? So I was thinking maybe rook d1 first.
Rook c2.
Rook c2, and I didn't have a special plan.
Rook d1. Rook d2 maybe.
I was thinking, maybe I can do this, right? Check.
You
bishop
haven't
f1.
Bishop h3.
There is no bishop h3 yet, but also to unpin will be not easy, right? King f8, king g2, and it goes bishop c6, by the way, threatening some g5. Yeah, it's very hard to unpin for me. So rook d1 might not be the greatest move, but then I don't know. Knight d4, there's e5 problem, and bishop b5. So the feeling is the black is not yet better for real, but white has to be extremely careful, because it's very easy to go from this slightly worse position to like seriously worse position.
And if rook d2, just
rook d2
double
to double, yeah, that's probably what you have to do. Bishop b5, for instance, rook d1.
And then knight e1, knight d3, and maybe it's...
yeah, maybe that's what you want to do. But still, like no clear, like big plan for white, like what we want to do. Yeah, maybe h3 and I don't know, h3, g4. Stupid. No, I don't think we want to go g4. There will be knight d5. Yeah.
Knight d5 is also a threat.
Like this one. maybe knight d5 at some point. Yeah, white is very solid. White is very solid, but
No
also,
weaknesses, but the queen may be on e3.
the queen on e3 might run into some trouble. Yeah, like for instance, knight d4, bishop a4. Already, it's a bit annoying because
b3, c3 squares.
b3, rook c.
Maybe not immediately, but
rook d3 takes, and they take with the queen, and it's, I guess,
it's Catalan.
I guess equal.
now,
yeah.
now it's Catalan, normal Catalan.
Looks like a Catalan, but I guess like probably still better. In comparison, better version of Catalan for black because the pawns are closer to the initial square. So it's not a6, b5, but a7, b6.
The pieces looks
Yeah, the
normal.
pieces are very similar to seriously to the Catalan. We probably could show
and maybe
what
a
line
bit,
are we talking about.
and maybe a bit more active.
So for instance, this Catalan it could be. It's a very, very old-fashioned line. Queen c2, a6. I think nowadays a4 is the main.
But if queen
yeah, takes here, here, bishop b7, and this very, very old line with bishop g5. Knight d2, bishop
and
f6.
exchange after c5.
Knight f6, knight d2,
rook c1,
rook
c8,
c8, knight b3,
c5.
bishop e4, I think you go first. It was something like that, bishop
Ah,
e4, and for instance, queen d2, c5. Or people were playing queen c3, knight d5, queen d2 now. And then if c5 somehow takes, rook takes, and queen d4 you can, you go rook c4, yeah, queen d4 doesn't work. That's why fc1, rook takes, and the right move is queen a8, and this is something I actually had against Humpy Conero. Yeah, and you can get in trouble with black if you went queen b6, because there is queen d4, knight d4, bishop g2, king g2. It all seems like very symmetrical, but because white has the c file and
a6 pawn is
these
hanging.
pawns are weak. Yeah, white's almost winning here. Like if you, I don't know, like I won a game or two just automatically. You make normal moves and somehow black loses. So in essence, yeah, I mean, this is an old-fashioned line, and of course, black nowadays knows how to react, but let's say something like that, it's very similar to what we have in the game. Anyway, not the most exciting position, if you ask me. Something very, very solid.
For Catalan lovers.
Yeah, like, I mean, in Catalan, you can have something with sacrifice the pawn on c4, something really sharp. This one is quiet, symmetrical position. So let's move on to Robson.
Robson Artemiev.
Let's move on to Robson and Artemiev, because I believe there should be some moves played before.
And only 25 minutes for Artemiev.
Wow, that is crazy. Before bishop e3, before like earlier, we've seen this position. First of all, it's not very popular. There were games with knight d2, and there was one game with h3. So bishop e3 technically is a novelty. Artemiev took on c3 and went h6, and he left himself indeed with 25 minutes. That is
after it is 13?
13 moves only. So it's potentially a big time trouble, because the position is not simple by any means.
Vladislav is silver medalist of World Rapid Championship in 2025.
Was it rapid or blitz? I mean, I'm always confused. Probably rapid, right?
Probably rapid.
I've seen him playing blitz, and this is something crazy, to be honest, because he spends all of his time very early and then plays on 10 seconds, but he's very good on that 10 seconds. Right, after h6, what do we do?
To develop the knight, maybe on b1?
g4. I'm worried about. I don't know if I should be worried, but knight g4 is something to kind of be concerned about. Even though I imagine some line like that might exist. Oh, maybe I should just like start with knight c4, 93, 93. This could be still pleasant for white. Bishop g5 and I don't know, it's never too much, but the feeling is always why white is trying a little bit. Because this knight misplaced, if you move the knight away, then some rook a7.
And how to equalize it with white, with black, maybe?
I'm not sure actually, because you don't want to be playing d5,
no,
right? And then first of all, it's very hard, and even if, let's say, d5 happened,
e5
the
pawn.
knight is misplaced, the e5 pawn, yeah, so maybe, let's say, I don't know what I do, bishop c4, just take this guy, go in a very, very slow manner, queen f6, bishop e6.
So we need to exchange all the pieces.
Exchange all the pieces, eventually go rook a8, probably like that, move the bishop, go rook a8, and this is where you can claim you've equalized. So yeah, that's about knight d2, but also white can just go h3, I guess.
Yeah, it was played actually.
It was played h3. Yeah, very logical, right?
But if here d5, it's
bishop
too risky or
a4.
not?
Bishop a4 hitting this. de, de, queen d1, rook d1, and it's a problem to
protect this guy.
Protect this knight, yeah. I guess bishop b7, knight d2.
Rook a8. Your idea to
rook a8. Yeah, maybe it's not much.
Not much. E4 pawn is also hanging.
E4 hanging, e5 hanging. Yeah. I mean, good thing for white. White can probably
equalize immediately.
Trade everything. Yeah.
To stop the game after some exchanges.
I don't think it's Ray Robson's idea to make a draw in this position, but maybe it will happen. So h3, and Artemiev is thinking. Yeah, well, the worrisome fact is that Artemiev keeps thinking again, because sometimes you invest a lot of time in the opening, but then at least you figured out what to do, and you play much faster.
In the video,
Robson is thinking. So h3 played, and maybe we can see. No, I don't see what Artemiev has done.
Not d5.
Not d5. Bishop.
Because the pawn is still on this.
Rook e8, bishop e6. I mean, I've never really understood when bishop e6 is a good move and when it's not great. Right. So here there is this annoying thing. If you go bishop e6, white traded, then after rook a6, the knight is really awkward here. Queen d7, queen a4, knight here, queen a2, maybe knight d2. It's sort of unpleasant. I still control the a file.
Yeah, it's really unpleasant for black.
Unpleasant position, and moreover, it's not like black has any sort of real threats on the king side, because sometimes in these positions you have, I don't know, knight h5 and some rook f3.
Queen e8.
Queen e8, queen e8, queen g6. Here, white is so solid.
And the pawn on e6 is everywhere.
I don't know, maybe somehow can press a little. So I guess it's unpleasant from practical standpoint. For Artemiev, he's short on time. Okay, not like short on time yet, but 20 minutes or so. Now wait, now he's thinking again.
He's thinking, yeah.
He's thinking again. Okay, let me see if I have any update on Artemiev's game. No, could it be that h3 and he was just like not seated at the board?
We just
he came back and we just catch the moment where white played h3.
d5 is interesting because it's the most forcing line.
Yeah, d5, maybe you want to try to solve all the issues, but perhaps white is not forced to take, but just goes knight d2, and then you get something similar to what was the game? Aram Hakobian against Shan Sargsyan.
The pawn structure is
they had an extra white on a4, black on a5, but in a way it's similar. The knight on c6 is misplaced, and that's maybe the only factor which white can turn to his advantage. Knight d2, but yeah, I'm actually threatening to go queen c2, then bishop a4, attack the knight, trade and win the pawn.
So I should prepare.
So black has to be careful. I guess bishop d6.
Knight e7, knight g6.
You go here, but then knight c4 becomes a thing. Knight e7, yeah, rook d1 or... Okay,
knight
I see
knight
Compi
c4.
wants rook f8, yeah, knight c4, knight g6, and some rook d1 here, or rook a5, attacking e5 one more time. You get a feeling a white's position is more pleasant. Maybe
It's easier
maybe
to
it's
play.
not much, maybe it's not like a real advantage, but it's easier to play for white, and Artemio has much less time. So that's already, these two factors are in favor of Ray Robson.
And only 19 minutes left. That's okay. What about Donchenko?
Donchenko is Hakobian. Again, no update that I can see after rook e1.
After rook e1.
f6 and knight d2.
Knight d2.
Okay, that is
Knight d2 is
very precise move. Yeah.
precise move. Yeah.
Knight d2, and actually
e4 is a pleasant idea for black. And if maybe rook g8, no?
This or that rook to
Maybe
g8,
that
for
rook.
instance. e4. And again, the problem is that I always have queen h3 with the tempo, right? King b8 and e d5, rook d5. I don't know, knight c4. Here. Or just knight e4, attack it. Yeah, maybe knight e4 just wins this pawn because rook here I can still... I should be able to take
rook
still.
f8 is...
rook f8 is such a terrible move. Yeah,
maybe f5.
Queen f3, queen...
Even better. But knight g5?
Yeah, f5, knight g5 is also not something you want to look at because there is no attack, better knight, better more or less everything. Yeah. So yeah, problems for black. Black really... I mean, by now he understands that e4 is the main threat.
And how to prevent it?
How to stop it, well, if you cannot stop it, how to face it, right? I mean, how to prepare for e4 to happen, and it's not clear.
f5 is also... check. The check. After f5 is... queen f5 is a check.
That is what our weak engine wants to do. And...
to regroup.
Yeah. So, I mean, at least if you take, they'll take with the knight, and the knight is getting better squares, right? So, e4, I believe, still needs to be played. Knight e7, and here, I don't know, some move like... In view of potential rook g8, I'm thinking maybe I should put something on the second rank.
Or queen f3 with the idea just to take on f6, no?
Yeah, that's actually fair.
Because rook f8...
Rook f8 is, like, anyway, good inclusion. I mean, first of all, this rook to f8, I can probably just take the pawn. There is also some e5 and take on f8.
Rook is hanging on f8.
Question is, if this, can I take on g2?
Oh!
I actually can, surprisingly. Check here. King h1. Wow, I can, but for absolutely different reason, not for the reason I was thinking, because I thought queen
g3.
about
queen g3.
But then white, of course, able to defend. That is the simplest. Queen f2, queen h2. So the real reason is that the black can sacrifice a second rook, and that is really spectacular. Now, rook takes, queen takes f6, queen is stronger, apparently, than two rooks, because the king is too weak. Queen h4 cannot be... I mean, you can stop queen h4, but then you resign after queen f2, because too many things hanging. Right, so after rook g1, you cannot take with the rook, you have to take with the king, and then queen g3, queen h3, queen g3 back is a perpetual. So maybe it's not a bad chance for black, you know, just to have this position, go rook g8. White doesn't have to fall for it, maybe white still has
rook f2, rook e2.
or rook e2. But yeah, it's a nice trick. Anyway, for now, black is thinking what to do after knight d2. So that's usually the second hour of play. The opening stage is over and people usually invest a lot of time into early middle game moves.
Maybe a full question, but if now it's move with black, yeah?
Yeah, black to move. Yeah.
Queen g3 is not possible.
So,
To stop e4.
Well, no. Queen is here. Yeah, so queen d6. That is
queen
our
d6.
analysis. Yeah, this is our analysis. The queen was on e7. So queen d6, we were already going e4. Yeah, it's a good question. So if I say pass, just to test your theory, queen g3, there is a check and they take. After rook g8, some rook e2, even this one's.
But maybe it's rook g4, rook h4. No idea.
G4.
Rook f3. Rook f3.
Right? No, rook f3 you will take.
Rook f4.
Rook f4.
To
Nice.
protect the
this pawn kind of through an x-ray. The more I look at it, the more I get a feeling the black has problems because of the knight on c6.
The weakest.
Yeah. Put a knight on d6, black is better. You just go f5 or something, knight e4. Yeah. What was Tarash's, or maybe Tarash never said this, but they were claiming that it was his quote, that if one piece stands badly, the whole game is, the whole position is bad. That if he ever said this, that would be an illustration. The knight on c6 is not great. Okay, do we have anything new in Aravin's game? Bishop b7, knight d2, c d4. That is, c d4 played, and then black did not take on d4. Remember, we were looking at this line. Black went rook e8. I feel like there will be simplifications right here, now.
After.
I don't know if I can take
on e4, maybe.
Knight e4, bishop e7, something, e7, bishop e4, rook e4.
What about f6 here?
And you have f6, and white, in order not to lose, has to go b4.
Nice save.
And
for white.
Yeah. The idea is, of course, that if you move, I have a check. Have a check, and white is winning. I guess, it's not important, but to show a checkmate is always nice. Right, so this would be stupid. Knight c4, white would take on c4 and go knight d6, win back the exchange. And
tricky knight on.
Yeah, even be a pawn up. I still think it's perfectly fine for black, but white, for a brief period of time, white is a pawn up. And ultimately, queen takes b4, the pin remains, there is no check, but knight d3, attacking the queen.
It's so easy to blunder knight back move.
Yeah. So, right, so it means what? It means white can do it, but it doesn't look like white is getting any sort of advantage in this way.
Maybe it's better to take on f6 before and then...
Bishop f6, bishop f6. Bishop e4 is not a tempo move, the bishop is protected. Say knight e4, and then you take this guy, and just rook e5. It's so, not equal, but so symmetrical.
Should be a peaceful game, yeah?
Yeah, looks like it can be a draw anytime soon. 52 minutes for Aravind and half an hour for Nihal Sarin. Somehow, I'm not even sure. It was a lot of promises from the very starting moves. This could be the Marshall. Then board one could be what you call it, some sharp Najdorf. Wait, and on board 1 we already have more moves. Knight f6, g5 indeed, bishop takes, knight takes, rook e8. Let's say they're following our line, yeah? Rook here.
Before the break, yeah? We showed
Yeah, I think we showed this line before the break. Rook e3, say king goes to e3, a pawn takes e3, doesn't matter.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. And now if you were to go knight e6, knight e4, and I guess too many weaknesses, right? Maybe king f3.
If we check on d2 and back again, no perpetual. And if you
this is stupid, right? If I go
rook
maybe
c2?
f4, right? Maybe
And
f4.
what's the problem?
I'm just like trying to say
Rook
that
c2?
I'm more active.
Maybe
Maybe it's nothing.
you need to put your rook on f8 to checkmate me.
Somehow. Can I please go rook f5 or something? Yeah. Even in that case, you would be able to go back. Yeah, so there is not much, if anything, for white. And in fact, computer doesn't even move the knight from c7. It takes on f6 and says it's a draw. Rook g1, g6.
He's thinking after rook e3.
Rook e3, yeah. So that's the current position. Rook e3 check, and white is thinking.
Pawn or king? Yeah.
No, but it's not too much difference, right? King takes rook c8. Now if you take that, rook takes here. Again, rook g1, black has g6.
No.
White is a pawn up, but pawns are quite weak, right?
All the pawns is
isolated, like 5 isolated pawns. Yeah. If anything, king f7, king f6, maybe black is better. So white, in fact, has to be very precise. I think maybe rook d1.
It reminds me billiard. It's like balls. There's a ball
all over the board or the table. Right.
The white balls on the table.
It's I think why we find it familiar, all this like strange pawn structures, because it's like a very good exercise for the beginners. You know, you get to know how, let's say, the rook moves, and then set like a bunch of pawns, and you have to take them. You have to take all the pawns. Yeah. So I'm not saying black will take all the pawns, but he definitely has enough compensation for. It probably just wins the pawn back. So not any promising. This one very solid for both. Rook c8, white played h3. That's all we know. Artemiev still thinking after bishop e3, I think, yeah, or h3. H3. Did he play something?
No, he played.
He did play d5.
He played d5 and
knight d2,
as we expected,
de, and bishop
d6.
The line that we looked at.
Yeah.
Has actually happened.
His idea to move the knight on e7.
Honestly, I feel like I've seen something like that. I feel like I've seen something like that. So it could be transpositioning to one of the earlier games. No.
No connection today.
Regrettably cannot really check. Cannot really check what's going on.
Don't forget we are in
bishop
the mountains.
d5. By the way, the question, like bishop d5, knight takes, pawn takes, knight e7, c4, and then if knight f5,
c5 maybe.
There is this funny move, bishop a7. Attacking the rook and maybe taking this guy, or even
but after c5, your bishop is okay or not?
It's I don't know, d5. I don't want to be dropping d5. I guess this first. I'm also threatening some d6.
Maybe.
But also knight e4, right? Knight e5. Crazy stuff. No, I've seen. I'm not even sure like what computer gets to say about this. I've seen computer line which went bishop d5, knight e7,
97,
bishop
yeah.
a7, rook b5. And I
rook?
thought it was a funny line, bishop c4, rook d7, and so on. If
c4 maybe?
if I want to go c4, then somehow rook b4.
And c6 maybe?
c5, knight e takes d5, c d6, knight b6. Some random moves,
random
absolutely
moves.
random play. Yeah.
You know, Duda Carlson was played before, but
No d5 move. It seems like d5 was a
h3,
novelty, right?
d5, yeah.
d5 was a novelty.
Was a novelty because rook e8 was played before.
So here, yeah, rook e8.
In Duda Carlson game, it was rook e8, d4 maybe? No, d4. Knight d2.
Rook e8, knight d2.
Knight d2, bishop f8, queen c2,
and then d5 or something.
And then bishop e6. The idea is rook e8
to take on e6 with the rook. Yeah. Okay, not the most fascinating line, of course, for black.
That's why d5 is a novelty.
You have to be very careful to equalize, but on the other hand, unlike in usual relopes where you have a6, b5, and white always kind of has this little hook with a4 and trying to put pressure on the b file, here the weaknesses for black are very, very limited. So it takes bishop d6, and I don't think you have more than just like a minimal advantage after queen c2, knight c4, and I mean all that. So one thing to worry for Artemiev is, of course, his time management.
But
that is
maybe
18 minutes.
Maybe it's still preparation for Artemiev.
But then how is he like leaving himself with 18 minutes after 16 moves? That is beyond me. It's too deep preparation. It's too deep.
Sometimes you just need to remind your analysis.
You mean like to recall all?
Yeah, but because so many variations, so many lines.
Yeah, but this one doesn't look. Let's say doesn't look that. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's very important to recall the kind of proper move order. There've been cases where people would act as if they don't know, and one of the famous cases was Kasparov Anand game from the open Spanish variations. I don't even remember the game. I just remember some bishop h6 spectacular move, and reportedly Gary had, when he played this bishop h6, which was pretty much winning the game, he had 15 minutes left, and it was all prepared. So he originally had 2 hours. He spent all the time, but he knew everything. So, well, there is a chance. Artemiev knows, but I think he's just
thinking.
He's just thinking. Yeah, we've seen it, right? I mean, one of the first white games that he had when he offered to draw relatively quickly. I think Artemiev Sevian it was, when pretty much after the opening he was with no time left. Now I don't even know where to stop and what to look at, because I wish we had a separate diagram with, beautiful sightseeing pictures from Jermuk. Because for today, I feel like, some games, of course, do have potential to become entertaining.
This one,
yes, white's better, and anything can happen.
After king b8, e4 was played.
Let me see. I'll switch to this one. Yeah, Aram Hakobian is back at the board. King b8, e4. So at least now queen h3 won't be a check. But the position is quite unpleasant, really. Simply, it's not clear like where this knight has to go. sometimes there are positions where you don't even know where to put this knight.
Knight e5. It is no.
Knight e5, queen b1 wins. This is.
Why?
Yeah. Okay. You move the knight and then it's
yeah.
discovered
Knight
attack.
c5.
It's a discovered attack. Knight
show.
c5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit on b7 and attack the queen.
The shortest way
to lose. Yeah,
to
yeah.
lose.
You want to improve the knight with a tactical trick, and then white goes queen b1, and he's winning.
So natural tempo move loses immediately.
Takes. Yeah, I'm not sure. Queen a3 or something. Just like having some.
Queen a3
ideas
looks
here.
Knight
d4 or rook d4. If I do this, it's so bad. Like,
white is probably just protected.
White's probably winning the pawn. Yeah, white's probably just winning the pawn. And also some knight c5.
So all active moves are not works.
There was one expression that's like my position or somebody's position. In this case, I would argue Jacobian's position is not great because. Let's say here you already played all the active moves and still didn't achieve anything. So now you'll have to start making passive moves and white will collect material. So e4, and he didn't play anything.
Of
after
course,
e4.
yeah. It's a bit tough to make a move. Queen a3 was played
immediately.
Yeah, it was your move.
Makes sense. Queen a3 played immediately, but I can probably take and go queen c2 or just like kill queen c2 same way. This hanging, what they do?
Queen c2 very logical to protect all the pawns, to avoid some pins.
Some pin on a third rank, get some x-ray on the d file.
D4.
So just go queen c2. If I wanted to, maybe one day I'll go queen b3, and if we trade, white improves the structure while this f6 pawn remains a target. I think that would be maybe the first game where, again, if it goes the way it went to this point, the first game where one side gets like a serious advantage from the opening without putting too much effort, it seems, or maybe he just seems to. It kind of gives this impression because maybe it was very cool, this knight f3 preparation. We just don't really know. But it looks so easy. Develop the pieces. Black went h5. You reacted. Basically, you develop the pieces. You went e4, and all of a sudden it's a big advantage. If chess was as easy as that. Queen a3. Still thinking. Yeah. Okay. So Jacobian on half an hour. Donchenko 44 minutes. And finally.
Another board?
Board 5.
Board 5.
Aravind.
Nothing changed.
Sarin, nothing changed?
Nothing changed.
So no move from white now.
After rook e8.
So it wasn't very productive second hour of broad chess, I have to say. Like people just refuse making moves. But I tell you what, if they don't make moves in the second hour, third hour, that means there will be a big time trouble. So we are not complaining. But yeah, look, this, if they exchange everything, can be equal, symmetrical. Ray Robson, Artemiev, symmetrical structure. Gulash, Sevian, symmetrical structure. Hovhannisyan, Sargsyan, well, not symmetrical, but seems to be petering out to a draw. So today could be a quiet round.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
maybe one game.
Yeah, yesterday a reminder we had three decisive games. Today could be a quieter round. By the way, did Hovhannisyan decide what he takes the rook with? No, not yet.
Let's remind that we have 3 leaders, yeah?
Yeah. Well, actually, here there is some development. Takes here,
G6.
Here. Yeah. Then king f7.
This game is easy to precise.
Yeah. I don't even know. Like
king d3 to protect the pawn on c2, maybe. King
f7, rook f1.
Rook c6. And what about the
pawn
pawn and king? Yeah?
I see black has outside passed pawn candidate. So here, wait.
Should be winning for white,
take, king d4.
Or
I don't know why, to be honest. h5, e4.
I thought about e4 pawn, but of course you have
g4,
two pawns.
king d6.
e5 is
Five,
right.
now I have to go here. Now I have to go here and probably king
after
d7
e5,
is a draw.
Yeah, after e5 you go.
e5 it's a problem,
yeah.
right? Now it's king e8 and my pawn will... Actually, king d5 is still equal.
I'm
believe
in the
it or
square.
not.
Huh?
Believe it or not, it's still equal. Wow. No, of course I shouldn't do this. I should do that.
Just stay, yeah?
Here. Crazy stuff.
Both sides should be accurate here.
Yeah, but I think I just didn't appreciate it enough. I think you don't have to
to exchange the rooks, of course.
Yeah, so this happened, rook c6, c4, and you can...
Rook d6, rook b6.
Maybe, yeah,
of course, much
shuffle
easier to
around
calculate rook and king than pawn.
Yeah, this one is rook f5. Maybe there is still some poison, strangely. It looks like not...
Okay, if you check on d6.
Check on d6, I was thinking king e4.
Rook c6. King d5.
King d5, yeah.
I thought about rook e6.
d4, right.
My idea was to attack two pawns c4 or e4 and how to avoid...
Maybe you're right. Okay, maybe that is what I do. That is what I do.
Okay.
And even then...
g5, h5 should be draw.
Probably a draw. Doesn't matter what we are doing. But, white is still trying a little bit. And I think, again, I've confused the camera feeds. That is the video from board 1, and we had all the way we had board 5 on a board on our video feed, where the moves are still, or the move is still not played right after rook e8. No, it's incredible. Like after rook e8, it's 14 moves, and players are both on half an hour. So it's not. I thought that maybe it's something with me that I feel like today's round develops slow. It does develop very slow today. Yeah, bishop takes f6 played. And black should reply with bishop f6 quickly. And, okay, there is an option to finish the game very quickly, which would be bishop e4. Now if you take on e4, knight e4, somehow
something for
black
white.
cannot really win the pawn back. Or
E5.
can he?
Maybe rook e5?
Rook e5, he can win the pawn back. I would think, yeah, so that's also possible. I wanted to say you could take d4 immediately, and then white has this bishop h7, queen h5,
and queen f7.
And queen f7, king h7, and apparently there is nothing, because if rook e3, I'll just take the knight, yeah? Rook e3, rook e5, check, and bishop h4.
So it's a draw after a perpetual check.
Yeah. So despite this looking like super beautiful, right, there is not more than just queen h5, queen f7. We'll see. For now, what we have is bishop f6, white chooses what to take on e4 with.
On the video, Aravind is thinking?
So that means white...
No, it's Nihal Sarin.
Nihal Sarin thinking, that means white did play something after bishop f6. He took, I believe he took on e4. Yeah, knight takes e4. Knight takes e4, and here computer's recommendation is...
on e4?
Yeah, bishop
e5.
e5.
Bishop e5.
d5 only move. Rook e5, and I don't know. b4, for instance.
Knight c4.
Knight c4. Knight, takes, knight c5, so basically something very
similar.
symmetrical. I don't know. I guess bishop c8 or something. Actually,
there's some problem with the pawn on a6.
Yeah, I mean, it should be manageable, but I'm thinking if black has an alternative line, maybe he should find an alternative line. So again, queen d1, knight c4, we get this position.
Knight
If
c6
we go knight
is maybe possible.
Knight c6.
To attack the pawn on b4.
Check, rook takes, knight c5, you'll take. Yeah, that's a funny line. Knight c5, you take on e1.
Take on
and
b4.
you take on b4, knight b7, you take on c2, and black's actually...
All the pieces.
Yeah, black's actually kind of doing good despite this pin.
Maybe rook e8 is also possible.
Yeah, rook e8 is also a move, right? Rook e8.
To avoid the pin.
Yep.
Just.
Okay, so it's either like everything simplifies or white can even get in trouble if he insists on looking for something. Very calm. This one, we think it's a draw.
So this, it looks like 4 draws.
For now, yeah. Gumulage with Savian.
Savian,
Again, like very slow development.
But it could be more for black, maybe.
There is like more moves played.
Yeah.
King h2. What happened then? Bishop a4 and knight
Bishop
d4.
a4, knight d4.
Still not sure how you make serious progress. Yeah, I understand black's position is probably a bit more pleasant, but how you make serious progress remains to be seen.
If knight d5,
I actually take and rook takes knight e6.
It's a tactic here.
And if pawn takes, then there is even knight f5. I wanted to say, like in general, we all know knight on d4 versus dark.
And rook d5 is losing.
Rook d5, knight e6, right?
Let's continue, maybe. No tricks for black.
Cannot take. Yeah, I mean, you probably can just.
Because my bishop, my idea was to back the bishop on c6 and to mate you on g2, because then you trade the bishop on g2. It's some risk, maybe.
There will be f3. You know, I think it's more about like you having the c file. So that, let's say we are trading, you get to c2. If I put knight on d3, there's bishop b5. Okay. So it's almost always
knight d5 is a weak
compensation.
Move.
I mean, it's not a bad move. It's just like black is hoping for more, and that's why he doesn't want to simplify.
Maybe protect the pawn on e6, rook e8, and then knight d5.
I guess maybe that's what you want as well. Like to go with rook e8, maybe to go e4, e5, or. Again, before rook c3, right? So before I'm not very happy. f4, I don't know where it's going.
f4.
f4, if e5.
Also, I'm not moving back, you know.
Yeah, I know. No, but strangely, this would be not bad, I guess. Like controlling e5. And also, like if e5 is not, I don't know, say, go somewhere. It's like in this structure, if you go e5, I would have an option of, I mean, first of all, it's very hard, and even if you say went knight d7 somehow and went e5, I can always go f5 if I'm unhappy. So my only concern is that you will play e5 immediately. Say
g3 pawn, maybe it's a problem. G3, knight h5 with the idea to attack the pawn.
That is not a pleasant pawn. No, I should not be doing f4. I just like want to come up with something for white, like something meaningful, and it's very hard. It seems like white has to shuffle around and just wait. So yeah, the games today.
He played King
h8. Okay, this
maybe
is...
the similar idea to protect
so there is no
e6
96.
pawn
Yeah,
f7.
so there is no 96.
And also maybe white for white. What move for white? F4. And a risky move, I think.
But now,
I don't want
now
to.
e5 is not such a great move, because knight f5. And
idea is to sacrifice on
I
h6.
don't know, maybe h6 or g7. That's like one of the positions like you don't want to make a move. Your opponent play king h8, and you say, okay, so what? Make more moves. So I know what's going on.
King h1.
King
My suggestion.
h1 or king g1. Yeah, why not? I don't like king h8, to be honest. It doesn't ruin the position, of course, but it feels like it's a start of some really strange plan. Like usually, why would you need king h8 in this position, right? So
to avoid the check on e6.
Rook g8. How about this? King h8, rook g8, g5. We do the Fischer thing. g5, h5,
no,
h4.
in my mind, just to protect the check on e6.
So 96 is not a trick, and then you go, maybe could be this. Anyway, king h8 played. Also a very, very slow game. 20 moves.
20 moves and 29.
Half an hour each. Yeah. Robson Artemiev, even slower game from Artemiev's side.
After bishop d6, queen c2 was played.
And this is it.
Yeah.
that is crazy.
Today, slowly dance.
Yeah. Queen c2, Artemiev 15 minutes, Robson 42 minutes. Donchenko Hakobian, queen a3.
The most exciting game today.
Yeah, exciting for us, but not for Hakobian. Yeah, queen c2, and again, Hakobian is thinking 40 minutes, a bit less than 40 minutes for Donchenko, 25 left for Hakobian. You know what? I probably call for a second break because, yeah, we are running out of stuff to talk about. In some games, we've not only discussed what the situation is, but we've predicted the future. So one last time, Arvin's position. I don't think it is a current position, yeah, and white just went b4. So there is still some slightest chance, like if you put the knight on c5, maybe. But yeah, anyway, this will be a very, very long game.
Today, Sam is quite active with walking.
Walking all the time, yeah. No, because again, it's first of all, his position is comfortable, and also it's kind of not clear what to think about, right? It's so symmetrical that like you want to keep making moves and hope for your opponent to create weaknesses.
Maybe he's thinking while he's walking.
Yeah, and maybe he's waiting for, say, my idea of playing a4, and then he will break in a center, and there'll be more of a tactical game. But for now, yeah, let's take another break and come back in some 10 minutes to see how those games develop.
Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite loves of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite loves of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart. Cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart: cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form.
All right, and we are back to sixth round of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. The games themselves do not develop very fast, right? So maybe it gives us a chance to talk a little about who Stepan Avagyan was, what is this tournament, right? Because we said it a couple of days ago that it's more of an initiative of group of friends, right? It's Avagyan family, it's Mbatulputyan himself.
Family also.
Yeah. And
during
yes,
the video,
and
it was
daughter of
Simbat, yeah.
Simbat, yes. And this tournament is played for the 7th time already, right? Thanks to, in this year, thanks to sponsors, Jermuk Ashkar Health Center, that is a nice, I don't know, sanatorium where we are all staying, and the playing venue is, and Lydia and Armenia, the mining company, who also contributed to for this tournament to happen. Yeah, so there is that. There is, of course, apart from the memorial, there's a lot of talks about the chess academy, chess movement in Armenia, if you like, right? Chess academy program, chess in schools.
Was
so
established in 2002, yeah, chess academy.
Yeah, so, and a couple of days ago when we were walking, Simbat told us how, yeah, what did he say? Like for 15 years we are running this program. And I've made so many mistakes so that I want to share with people that they will
all
not,
over the world.
yeah, they will not repeat our mistakes. And yeah, so his theory is that it is very beneficial, which I think we are on board with this theory. It is very beneficial, at least to, you know, for the kids to get to know a game of chess. It doesn't mean everybody will become grandmaster chess professional, world champion, whatever, but you know.
And I remember the first mistake, it was to use chess players.
To think, yeah, chess players are good at teaching chess. That is ironic, right? Okay, and I will quickly describe what happened during the break in all the games. Well, basically here we've already seen something like that.
The first board, king e5.
King e4, rook d2, and there was what? He went c4, rook takes pawn, king e5. I guess black can just take another pawn.
But maybe e4, e5 is a threat.
Okay,
because
how about
f6 pawn is
yeah?
possible.
So there is this line, for instance, and then say check here. Here is the way computer makes it draw, but to us it looked very scary, right? Even this one, rook d4, king c5, whatever. It's apparently a draw, black is holding, but it does look very scary. So I was thinking, if I give this check, so that after king d6 I have rook f5, and even then, right, rook b1, check, king d7,
or
c7. At least I can take this pawn. But maybe white's not playing for a win now that I'm thinking. Yeah, there is like this rook c6 move. White is a pawn down after all.
He played rook a5 check.
He did play rook a5.
Yeah.
And then I have a question: what happens after king e4, rook f5? Because if you take a5, black is faster, right? Black is definitely faster. A3, check.
You have no mate because you need about 4 tempos maybe, and I need only 2.
I mean, first of all, king e7 would just like win immediately, but just to highlight a1 queen.
With a check.
That's a check, right? With pawn on c3, white would go e7 checkmate. So rook f5, g5, king f5, a5. White has to go here.
A4.
And then somehow, if a4, king d4, king f6. To be honest, I'm surprised that white's not losing.
With this dangerous a4 pawn.
Yeah. But somehow Compi tells us it's a draw, but I don't think black is risking much. So I think it's very precise move, rook a5.
That's why king e4 maybe is more safety.
That is exactly the line. Yeah, rook f5.
Rook b1, I mean.
Rook b1 here.
Not to exchange the rooks.
When, but maybe you want to go rook king d4, because now I have b5, right? And there is no c5. So takes. White cannot really win this one. He can only lose. So maybe after this check to go d4, but then I'm not sure what I'm threatening, right? I can still do this, c5, rook f6, e4. I mean, okay, this looks a little bit tricky. I understand black's probably
how to stop like 2 pawns. Yeah?
Not in real danger, but well, I guess king e7 and so on. Maybe black is not in real danger, but here at least like white's very active. White is the one who is trying, for sure. So it's still not over.
Aravind and Nihal Sarin made draw.
So the game is...
maybe we can ask to come.
I don't know if we can have both of them in the studio. I don't know. I don't know if you can text somebody from our production. I believe
yesterday Nihal Sarin won a very good game. Maybe it's
but we couldn't catch him, right? So that is what we've seen, or that knight. Wait. So knight c6. Knight c6, knight c... Oh, wait, knight c6, knight to c5, queen d1, rook a to d1, I guess. Yep. And then rook takes, knight b4, bishop b3. This way black is a pawn up, but he went bishop d5 and offered a draw. That's a funny end to this game, because after bishop d5 white has, well, white's probably not losing in some other lines, but knight a6 is the most convincing way of making a draw. Knight takes a6. Now you cannot take with the rook because it's a checkmate. You cannot take with the knight because bishop d5, white's slightly better. But what you do is bishop b3, and I guess knight b4, or even more precise is knight c7, hit the rook again, rook d8, a b3, and
so
it's a
we
draw.
are waiting Michal's reading now.
Yeah, if he is
willing,
he's willing to comment for us. Right, first board, Hovhannisyan Sargsyan, is this position after rook check on a5. Board 2, Gumulaj with Sam Savian. It's still kind of symmetrical, so king h8, indeed white played f4, which is...
A lot of pawn moves were played, because after f4, rook d8, b3.
b3?
Was...
And I think we just go home. So basically black can be happy, because like white didn't really improve the situation for himself. It's still black is slightly more comfortable, some rook c3, but also like the fact that white moved pawns, some potential weaknesses. I don't know, like eventually maybe e5 is going to happen.
H5,
so it's still
no?
h5, or just h5, and yeah, maybe. Yeah, for now we go home to e8, I guess. Just not to get in the way of our own rooks. Yeah, you can make a case for bishop d7.
Maybe
but
bishop d7, bishop c8,
c8,
bishop
b7. Yeah, but it's a long one, right? So maybe just this and this. Still more pleasant for black, strangely. What's the time situation? Roughly equal. 16 or 17 for Gumulaj and 22 minutes for Sam Savian. Board 3, Robson and Artemiev. Artemiev must be in a time trouble, but he's not seated at the board. That is remarkable.
He's...
That's the slowest game ever, seriously. Bishop d6, knight c2, queen c2, bishop d7, bishop c4, queen e7 was played, and rook a6.
Rook a6.
And this is it. So move 19.
Rook a6 is not attacking the knight on c6.
No, I mean you just put the rook here, so it's annoying for black. 7 minutes. Wait. Artemiev is not at the board, and I have it as he has 7 minutes only. And I guess you just go rook a8 and you start trading your stuff on a6 again. It's one of the weird positions where, let's say, technically you have all the pieces on the board. What was exchanged? 3 pairs of pawns. Yeah, so 5 pawns each, all the pieces on the board. And yet, like, there is not much to talk about, because the position is quite solid. I just realized
do you have a threat knight h4 with the idea to g6?
You would go to d8 and then knight g6, queen e8. Knight's not doing anything. If you were to go to f5, black would take, and it's very important that you have e4. Because like if you, let's say, slow play it somehow like rook a8, then knight e4 should be very comfortable for white. But you're
control
just
all the squares here.
All the light squares, yeah. But you just play e4, and then you start having like ideas queen e5 or knight e5. White better not play that. Instead, rook a6. But rook a6, I think rook a8 is the fair move for black. Yeah, really very strange position. Very strange position. It's very hard to actually come up with any sort of active plan.
If maybe king on h8, maybe it's useful or not?
I think the whole point of white's rook a6 is they put the rook on a1, or in some cases queen on a2. So that I'm not letting you trade the rooks, and this is a bit of pressure. So, you know, that's like, try to be annoying. So there is not really, I mean, I guess bishop d5 somewhere. Like somewhere bishop d5 can be, I'd say you go back to defend. Let's pretend this, right?
No. My idea actually was to
after king h8 to move and go f5 somehow,
or maybe to put the knight on e6 after knight d8.
Yeah, that is better actually. Knight d8, knight e6, knight c5. Maybe that's what you want. Yeah. But then the question is, do you really need king h8 for this? Maybe you could. Maybe you could
my
go
idea
knight
was
d8.
to prevent knight h4.
And then knight f5 takes, and you don't have e4 because
at least we
bishop
have
d4.
our knight on e5.
Yeah. So knight from c6 was going to e5.
Yeah.
So rook a6, but again, the most natural seems to be rook a8. Just trade one pair of rooks and then see what happens. Now, Artemi went bishop c5. Bishop c5 is it's kind of okay. Now,
maybe the idea is to trade the rooks with rook
b6. Yeah, that is true. There is rook b6. So white can go queen a2, maybe, or then no, knight f1 to take e3 with the, maybe not like knight f1 for now.
Rook b6.
Save rook b6, rook a2. I'm tempted to go. Still somehow white is
rook b8 from
other rook to b8, and I don't know what. I'm tempted to trade at least something, so I want to go to d5, and I guess it's still kind of playable because taking here would mean losing a pawn. I think 95 immediately should be possible. Is it? Now, yeah, okay, very good. The rook is not defended, and it was me to put the rook on a2. No, so I guess this c4. Black goes f6. I mean, this one's actually still kind of tricky. Knight e3 and so on. Bishop c5.
Bishop c5 is.
What's his time? So still 8 minutes. That's move 19.
But Artemis looks confident here.
Artemis is very calm, and also the position is very calm. And in this sort of very calm position, maybe you can just like speed up at some point. And let's not forget, they get 30 seconds increment with each move. So.
Donchenko Kapyan?
Let's check, because we thought Donchenko was much better, and he probably still is. So what we've seen was queen a3, queen to c2, queen back to d6.
E takes.
Queen takes.
Rook f5.
Rook f5. The question is, could he take
on f6?
Take on f6. Because it's not obvious what would happen. Knight d4 doesn't seem to work. You block with the rook, and
if we take on h4,
still only 2 pawns, right?
But
so, knight f3, rook, don't know, e2 or something.
Is it easy to win?
It's probably like not easy to win. You're right, maybe, but still, it's like a big advantage for white. Right? So is he trying to get even bigger advantage? That's a good question. Okay, rook f5, queen f7, rook f1. That is it, right?
No, rook h6, g8.
Rook h to g8.
And knight e4.
Knight e4. I guess it's time
To
move
activate
the
the
knight,
knight?
to go queen g7. Oh yeah, I just
you are
blundered
not,
this. I'm not in a good form today. Where do I go then?
We thought about the mate
C-
on g2, but
yeah, I'm not threatening a checkmate. That's the problem. The queen is guarding g2. So you gotta go, I don't know, c4 somewhere.
Hanging on
Maybe rook
d4.
d4, rook f8, and you go back. Yeah. So d4 is hanging. Like for instance, I would like to go knight here.
And if rook d4?
Is rook d4, I win, it turns out. I wouldn't see it. Like, I
all the
thought
pieces
this,
are
but
hanging.
you will block at the end, right? Queen c2, rook f8, you trade, you block on c8. This doesn't work, but there is a funny looking move that computer suggests.
A long move.
Which is easy to overlook, yeah. Which is easy to overlook, and believe it or not, but that is the only move where white wins, queen h7. And that's why, like, it's good to have computer running on the background. So we are trying not to use it, but to see such moves quickly.
After knight e4, do we have some other tricks? Some sacrifices for black? No. Rook d4 is
This is
too much, no?
somehow too much. Even rook f6 is possible. Rook f6 is possible.
Should be. Maybe knight e7 is the only idea.
That's probably what you have to do. Knight g5, knight d5, rook f3, and some rook e8.
Threatening to.
So at least now this
E3.
knight is nicely placed. Knight e3, rook e2. I mean, you have some. Probably you'll have to play b6 finally to have luft for the king. But
b6 or e6?
a6 or b6. Yeah. I actually I don't have an answer why. I don't have an answer why, but I feel like in such positions b6. I guess that when the queens are changed, the king is kind of closer to a center. But it's pure intuition why I'm suggesting b6. Maybe if you kind of go a bit deeper into position, maybe you'll find which one you want. So there is that. We have one game finished. We have this one where Donchenko is better. 94 and no move for black. So queen e7 is what I thought was a good move, but it's not played yet.
On the board
he did play 97.
On the board the rook and game quite interesting.
That we looked at. Yeah, actually. So here we think rook f6, white pawn up, but still
not clear.
Not clear on board one. Hovanesyan, let me see. Hovanesyan with Transaction on board one. Rook a5, what happened?
King d4. Rook f5 was played.
Yeah.
Really
rook
nice.
f5, rook b1.
Rook b1, b5.
b5 you're
and
gonna
c5.
have to play. c5. Rook f6.
King d5.
King d5,
and
king
e7, e4.
e4.
Who's playing for the win?
I think white's playing for a win. But will he win? It's a big question.
The main rule in such a game, how to activate the rook for black, because rook on f6.
Like you have all the files closed for now. Black has to make a move. Like first and foremost, like black has to make a move. If you make some random move, I think like you go c6, you go rook a1. No, I want rook b1. Rook a. Sorry. Yeah, here rook a1. It's kind of still a draw, but it's already clear that it's white who is playing, right? Rook a6 and it's a check. Here they go check, and after that, pardon me, before
rook a1.
I'm surprised, but
before pawn is
that is something to fall for, right? You take. I think it's a very standard trick, but somehow here it wasn't obvious to me. It felt like b pawn is too far, right? I have a pawn on c6, and so when I go king b6, it's actually like almost I'm winning, but no.
Maybe the most safety idea to activate the rook after rook f2, rook d2, check, to prevent all the activities.
What if they go here? Rook takes, they go here. I'm not sure. Like, comp is cool and all, doesn't really. It's not. I guess you go king d6, and after this check, you go forward. Right.
All the pawns.
You go forward, and you just go whatever, h5 or g5. Yeah. This should be a draw.
Only one rook.
Yeah, so basically we sacrifice the rook on c8 ideally, and we start moving all the pawns. We shouldn't lose, and sometimes we win.
A bit risky for white.
Yeah, sometimes we win. Yeah. So yeah, then maybe you're right. Then rook c2, because I thought king d7.
He played king d7.
He did play king d7, e5, and then to go to f2. That's what I was thinking. And now, depending on which check you give, I go in front of that pawn, or you go e6, and I go in front of that pawn, which is.
But your idea is also maybe possible to play king c6, king b7,
and it'll be
the same.
It'll be the same. Maybe black is like
even better.
Some tempi up already. Like I go g5, or I don't know if I had to go g5 or maybe just king e6.
King e6, and then
again
promote your pawn on g5.
This, whatever. Queen.
Bishop.
G4. No, bishop I might not take. Yeah, you have to be careful. Yeah. So and this one. Strangely, black almost never wins this kind of races. So somehow white's always in time, but.
I prefer to play maybe black with black.
Yeah, of course. Here, like for black, you can guarantee black's not risking anything, and for white there is still a chance you can go wrong.
With the king on a c8,
so
no idea how to win.
Yeah, so king d7 is the safest for sure. Right, let's check board 2. It's a very, again, I should stop complaining, but very quiet round today.
But b4, it's again a pawn move.
b3, bishop e8, b4 is what happened, right?
I mean that black always provoke white
to play some pawn
moves.
So what do? We go
rook c3 or rook c4.
And if
rook d3 is maybe some problem with the knight on d4.
Rook takes, and now c d3 is terrible.
And
queen d3 allows e5. Hey, probably not as terrible, but allows e5. Yeah. Hang on. So after rook c3, is there actually a good move? Because I'm not sure. Like if you move the queen, this pawn is a problem. So queen e5, f e5. Maybe that is what white wants.
Maybe after knight d7, knight c6 is.
Here, knight b5 is winning.
I think that knight c6 is also a big problem for
knight c6 is also a big problem. Knight b5 is just winning. I think we have to control. We have to have this bishop here.
And knight d5 is also.
Knight d5, knight e6.
Wow. The opinion.
Okay, that is funny. So it's a check here, king h7, and then e4. And even if black holds, which he apparently does after some g6, king g7, and so on, that's definitely not what you want to do. Now, I'm thinking knight h7, but I'm actually not sure. Knight h7, so first, I have this covered, just in case the pawn on a3 is attacked. Then somehow, I'm hoping this knight will reroute itself and win the pawn on e5. Yeah, you're right in a sense that white made all those pawn moves.
Yeah, and after rook c4,
Sam even played rook c4, so
Yeah,
he doesn't want to...
he doesn't want to force in white for pieces move. Maybe another pawn move.
waiting for one more pawn movement.
Yeah.
b5, queen c5, okay. Because b5, like from structure standpoint, b5 to put knight on c6 maybe is not a bad move, but you create more squares for the black pieces, and black would be better.
Maybe have no pawn moves for white because h4 is losing immediately, g4 looks terrible, f5 also b5, a4.
Yeah, so finally run out of pawn moves. No, I think rook d1.
Rook d1. He played rook d. He did play rook d3.
Rook d3 defending the third rank. Okay, rook d3, and now
maybe
somehow
after rook d1, bishop f4 was.
Bishop a4. Here, right? No, wait, 96. 96, and we are in trouble.
Rook d2.
D2, knight c7. Maybe we are not in d1. Such a trouble.
Who's better, two rooks?
The knight is terrible also. Usually the queen is like recent examples I've seen. The queen's always somehow.
Rook d7 doesn't work. Yeah?
Queen of 8.
Yeah.
Queen of 8 here.
You're on time.
Here, yeah, and strangely something like that. It's actually white has a pawn as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So queen e7.
But rook d7 is not.
King g8 it says, and to go here, and it's a mess. I don't know. Probably white is the one who's kind of in a bit of trouble. So maybe your plan is okay. But anyway, this didn't happen. White went rook d3.
But why your rook still on f1? Because in my screen, rook.
Because maybe I've missed some move. Yeah. Wait a second. So b4.
After b3 was played.
B3. Okay. Then you tricked me. So I was showing some stupid lines. Rook d1, right?
Rook d1. Rook c8.
Okay. Then it makes perfect sense. Yeah, then it makes perfect sense. So now before rook c3, you will have rook d3. Okay. So therefore rook c4.
Rook c4. Now it's more logical.
And now it's rook d3. Okay. And now if I go here, you can go rook 1 to d2. Okay, that makes perfect sense now. 10, 11 minutes each, and move 25. And still unclear how to imbalance the situation for any of the sides. I guess we just move on. To board 3. Maybe Robson and Artemi have created a masterpiece. No masterpiece there as well.
In the previous game...
Artemi kind of created a masterpiece in, the end game, in the previous round, right? So what happened? Bishop c5, white went bishop d5, yeah. Bishop takes, rook takes, knight d8, something that you wanted to do. Queen a2, c6, and the bishop went to c4, and the knight went to b7, to c5 or d6. And after knight b7, apparently rook a7 is in white's favor. Actually, it kind of starts coming together. Like this.
Harmony.
Yeah, there is no rook a8. So really, he should have considered going rook a8. And moreover, Artemi was down to 2 minutes only.
2 minutes only.
2 minutes only. So, for instance, knight d6, we just keep the bishop. I think knight
b5.
Knight b5.
At least it's
some
brief in the position for
I have to leave the 7th rank. Maybe I don't go bishop b3. Maybe I go bishop f1. But then you'll have...
If knight b5 here?
Knight b5, I thought I will take it. But then c takes. Then c takes, and I'm not getting the squares.
I was hoping
you take like that, but then rook d3, knight jumping, and so on. cb5. Okay, then it's not as easy as I thought. if I wanted to let you trade the bishop, maybe I don't leave from c4 at all. Maybe I just like play something, knight takes, queen takes.
Rook d3 here.
Rook d3. You know what? You actually want to go knight b5 anyway.
Yeah, my idea
to catch
to ask
kick
your
this
rook,
rook,
to
to kick this rook out. But
it's very unpleasant pin on
the sevens, yeah. So now Vladislav is like amazingly calm for somebody who has 2 minutes.
2 minutes against
2 minutes
15?
Against 15, right? So knight b7 raise, thinking he probably senses that there is something. Maybe we should wait for knight c5 and only then go rook a7. But I don't know how to wait. Is king h2 ever a useful move?
Maybe also.
So if you jump here, if you jump here, rook a7,
and if rook b7.
Rook b7. I don't know. Actually, I was so happy to put the rook on the 7th rank. It doesn't do much here. And apparently I should go rook a5, Compi tells me, and it's a better move. Rook a5 and now... No, but still...
Some stress, yeah.
Yeah, still, like, it's not perfectly comfortable for black. So it's a lot of questions. Like, why this line? Why so slow? And so on. Like, even if he holds, this is... Seems like the result of the opening is not very satisfying if you have to like play this position with a couple of minutes on the clock. Not the most pleasant thing to do. And again, a reminder that this game, we probably didn't get Aravind, but this game is already over. Yeah, so...
3.5 for Nihal Sarin now. Points.
So Nihal Sarin stays on +1. And these guys, Robson and Artemiev, are on +1. So if somehow Robson wins, he takes the sole lead. And for now, I mean, at least it looks like like he has chances.
But you know that Artemiev also
is a fantastic defender, and yeah, we don't have to be...
He's a tricky guy.
Don't have to be fooled with his like 2 minutes on the clock. He's quite good in these situations. So what is going on with Donchenko?
Opponent's time trouble is also trouble.
Yeah, that's
for you.
True. It's a dangerous situation. Opponent's time trouble if you pay too much attention to the clock. So Artemiev down to 124, at least in my information. On board 4, Donchenko Hakobian. That's the position from some time ago. Well, apparently 94 wasn't the greatest. I don't know. Maybe it is fine. Yeah, check, not check, but take the pawn. Knight g5, knight d5, rook f3.
Okay. We expected rook e8 after.
We reached this position and we said something like rook e8.
Threatening knight e3. Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, now I realize maybe it's not so easy.
Not so easy.
It's so easy to win.
The kings on different sides, and the pawn on g2 is an extra pawn. But how to
but
use
for
it?
now, you are not going anywhere. I'm thinking after rook e8. Can I like go here?
Of course, I will avoid the trade.
And then there is knight e3. Still, like the moment black got the knight to d5, black always has some counterplay. It's interesting. And maybe you actually could do something about this queen b3 thing.
c4 maybe, to kick the knight on d5.
So here... Okay, b5 is way too optimistic.
No, I don't believe
here,
it.
c4...
No
knight
move on
b6.
e3. Unfortunately for black.
c5, knight d5.
Maybe it's time to use the b file.
Rook b1. Hang on. After c4, knight b6, is there a chance I can keep it now, but then something that I no longer like White's position.
And you know, the knight on g5 is quite strange, because it holds the file, but what he's
Yeah,
doing
it's
else.
not doing much. Like somehow now again, with let's say current situation, it feels like this knight is more misplaced than the knight on d5.
The knight on
right?
d5, yeah.
So we want this sort of teleport, and then we win again. Actually,
Knight f7,
speaking of teleports, can I
But
do this now? Knight e3, of course. Knight e3,
Yes,
and I'm losing. Knight e3 is a big threat. Queen
Knight
d2,
b3,
then rook e2.
maybe queen b3.
Yeah, queen b3 here.
And here.
Here, and again some knight e3.
Knight e3, yeah. Maybe c4 to kick the knight.
c4, knight b6, but then c4 is hanging.
But after c4, I control in the e3 square. That's why maybe c5.
c5.
And then knight f7.
And there is still knight e3. No. Now we have knight e5. Wait. So knight f7. Actually, knight f7 is... No, it's not cool, regrettably. I thought it was very cool, but knight f4, another trick. Another trick, because we cannot take it.
And, yeah.
So this, probably White has to convert like very slow. King h2, rook g3, defend the king, and then take care of this knight from g5 and get it somewhere. Anyway, so that's the current position. I'm not sure if Black played. Black did play rook e8 and queen b3 was played. Yeah. That's currently the situation.
And the end game after,
I actually don't know. Like I intuitively thought, oh, I'm very happy, an extra pawn, but maybe
rook e2, yeah.
Or maybe I should check. So maybe you need some loop, b5 or a5 or something. Yeah, maybe a5. So if this we have, well, it's it's a pawn in the endgame, right? And feel like the best chance would be still to keep the queens on the board. So he'll probably do it. Go queen c6.
5 minutes.
5 minutes for Aram. And somewhat more for Donchenko. Queen c6 was just played. I see. Like mine updated. Yes, my source of information updated, and it's queen c6, where you can go c4, or you just go rook f2 and then postpone c4 for later. Okay, so what? Back to board one.
Yes.
Hovhannisyan still
we have a guest.
playing.
Okay.
So where are we at?
We are waiting.
Yeah, we are waiting for the guest to join, but first...
He's here.
First, let me make sure that we will not miss some dramatic time trouble of sorts. Huh? So that is...
Maybe
okay. I mean, board one is probably closer to a draw. Board two, for now, I don't really care, because like it's a symmetrical position, they still have the time and so on. So we will have, hopefully, we will have myself being joined by one of the leaders, Nihal Sarin. And I'm not sure, Nihal, if you would like to talk today's game, yesterday's game, or like tournament in general, because... Okay, we can, first of all, let me switch it to, say, this one. For now, they don't see, okay, that's what they see, you see? So they don't see the board, but they see you. I believe you have a lot of fans in India, any chess grandmaster in India nowadays. So maybe that's a chance to say hi. So how is it? How is it? It's not the first time for you, right?
No,
in German.
Second time. Yeah.
Second time.
It's nice. It's nice so far. Like, okay, mostly draws, but there's one very interesting game yesterday, and
yeah. If you want, I could pull the yesterday's game if you wanted, because we were thinking of, like, say, making you analyze it a bit, or just describe, like, if it was something was prepared and so on, because we were impressed with, like,
Anything is fine. I could.
F3 wasn't really. Yeah, okay, I'll try.
Sure.
Pardon me. I mean, I hope I will not destroy the whole
By the way,
thing.
this game, I was just curious. Like,
your today's game. Yeah,
no,
sure.
I just wanted to know one thing. Like,
Let me try to get it on the board. That's the one, right?
yeah, I completely forgot the opening. Like, what should I do after BG5? Is it?
We don't really know.
Was I worse at any point, or it was okay?
We couldn't figure out. So, like, I don't really know why knight a5, but I'm not asking you because that's one can understand. So that was prepared because
Yeah, this was played by Magnus sometimes, and yeah, it's like kind of a very nice kind of shortcut to Marshall. So it's very nice. Yeah.
d4 takes here, c5.
BG5. Okay, bishop b7 is the move. Yeah.
It looks like bishop g7 is the move. Bishop b7 is the move.
Okay. So
Knight e2. C takes. C takes. This thing tells us that you could just take on d4 apparently.
Yeah, like Aravind told as well. Like I just didn't see rook c8.
Here, here, ad1 and you first go rook c8.
Yeah, this move I.
Then if he say moves,
yeah.
I think we even shown this line. Then you take with the bishop, right?
It's just very comfortable.
Yeah, and then the rook is no longer on a8, and that's why you can go bishop b4, and I think you force more exchanges.
Yeah, sure.
So rook e8, but even after rook e8, I'm not sure.
What?
No, it's Russian, so it's knight f1. No, it's not king f1. I've never thought of it.
Right.
We should change the notation. So it suggests knight f1, which is probably something normal. Maybe that's how white actually supposed to play.
No, I don't know. Like,
if he wants.
Actually, I was very worried about, like, I had a huge thought after bishop g5 to play bishop b7 because I was very scared about dc5.
And it would, completely. I just fast forwarded this moment. D takes c5.
And queen c7.
It's possible. Don't pay too much attention to this engine. The engine is very slow, very weak and very slow. But apparently, it tells us.
Mine is better than us.
Yeah, that is hard to argue. That is hard to argue. No, I just see it changing the valuation all the time. But
wait, rook d8.
So it says
bishop
this.
f6, rook d8.
Knight to g4. Yeah. Sorry. If bishop f6, obviously, you want to check this, and probably I should show what the problem was. And then after bishop f6, there is rook d8 in the mezzo. And strangely, if you go here, it's bishop f6. Queen e2.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, knight g4. Maybe it's still not like fully comfortable.
It was saying the other rook is better.
Wait. Sorry.
For some reason. Okay.
So bishop f6, a to d8. Yeah.
So.
A to d8. And now.
Because now we get f5. Like,
if I go here, they go here. Knight here. Bishop here. And because of this rook.
Yeah, this is.
That is actually white is in terrible
I
position.
misread completely. I'm sure it is in the file, but I completely forgot. I was going to take bishop c5, I think. But I was quite scared of
bishop c5 and in this position, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it goes
b4, bd6, knight g4, knight c4.
4, knight c4.
And there is this line with takes, like knight f6, takes and. This is better for black?
It says, I guess.
I'm not sure. Okay.
It is scary, right? I mean, I understand this you wouldn't be scared of, probably, right?
H5. I mean, I was not sure because.
Maybe you're the one attacking, right?
Yeah, of course.
But I understand it's a.
I was not sure there were a lot of things.
It's a tricky line, and but besides, it has some knight d2 stuff.
Knight d2, or also. Let's say instead of b4, queen takes d8 was also quite scary, like rook a d8, right? Yeah, b4, bishop d6 is forced. Yeah, take knight g4 and let's say let's c4 and bishop takes e4.
Bishop e4 first.
Bishop c8.
Oof, bishop
Okay.
c8 is a tip that is.
I was wondering, like, let's say bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4 looks normal. Check.
And like this.
Here.
Yeah, what is going on?
Here.
Rook e8.
But we are down 2.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
Like we down 1 with knight on c4, we won't be bothered, but we are down,
yeah, we're down 2. Exactly. Because
Down.
knight d2 is okay because we have bishop takes h2 and rook d2 at the end, so this should be okay.
This.
Yeah.
I guess
fine,
we
yeah,
have to show, for the spectators, bishop h2, and all of a sudden, from being down 2, we actually,
You're actually getting
we are
back
fine.
also,
Yeah, we are fine. But yeah, and then computer goes something like king f1.
So what is this? Yeah.
And that is.
No, I was quite terrified of these because.
No, but it's absolutely. I agree with you. It could be the point that somewhere it just doesn't work. Yeah, somewhere it could just not
also,
work.
something in my head, it kept saying like the file has rook e8 on neutral. Like, luckily I didn't trust that. I was trying to calculate some crazy stuff. Like I could just show very quickly if it's okay.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Just very quick, like rook e8, for example.
Here.
Yeah.
Rook e8.
Strange. It's bad. Yeah.
So it's
Lucky
again we don't know.
I think it is. Knight d2. Yeah, because cd4, knight e4, there are a lot of tricks.
Yeah, so that's the difference. Like now cd4, he's not recapturing. Of course, he takes on e4, and
there are all sorts of tactics here.
I mean, all this queen h5, queen f7 nonsense.
Exactly. So bishop b7.
Bishop b7 was smart.
No, I mean after rook e8, knight d2.
Yeah. Pardon. Yeah. Bishop b7.
And these like dc5, I was seeing some absolutely wild stuff. Like for example, queen d5, bishop takes f6, e3. It's like,
bam.
I don't know what's going on? Yeah.
And
knight e4.
apparently,
knight e4 is losing. Yeah. This is what I thought. Knight e4.
Somehow we do not win. We're not winning the material back. Not enough.
Yeah, like e f2, king f2, bishop c5, king f1 maybe. It's like
bam, and f1, g3 also.
Yeah,
okay.
g3 I thought rook e5, but okay, I didn't see queen g4.
That is again.
It's very far.
It's not important, but just to show how.
Yeah.
Like how crazy sometimes the engine lines are.
No, for engine it's so easy, it's nothing.
That is something that I wish, like I don't want to take a lot of time after such a game, but I wish once like to have the conversation with strong grandmaster, because I started using engine maybe like whenever it appeared 15 years ago or something, and it's amazing how already back then it seemed like, okay, this is the end, this is a final verdict, like, Ripka or whatever, Fritz 8, it tells you this is the good move, and you pretty much stop looking at it.
Yes.
And now we've went through, I don't know how many loops of evolution, and perhaps there will be engines that better than today's engines in a few years.
For sure.
So that is amazing how complex the game of chess is.
Exactly. No, there are these talks of at some point there being like a 64-piece table base. I don't know. Okay, that should be quite far, I hope.
Right. So, speaking from, let's say, previous year's experience, how many points are needed to win this one? This round robin?
I don't know. Like, okay, last time I was not even close. I was also sick. So.
So this one hopefully goes better?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Probably when I played in 2022, I mean, I won it with +3, I think. I think +3 could very much do it.
Yeah. So
but +2 also.
As it looks now, especially if this game that I will put on a screen, if this one, I'm not sure if it's the actual position, if this ends in a draw, yes, it's very confusing because we have a direct link on a phone, and the one we are having here is delayed 15 minutes. So theoretically, we could travel in the future and see what's going to happen here in 15 minutes. Yeah. But if this ends in a draw, that means kind of middle game of a tournament is over, the rounds 4 to 6, and then we can wish you to kind of show some good play in the end game of a tournament. So good luck for last 3 rounds, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so see you.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. What other games by the day, if I may ask?
Sure. Just a sec. I will Okay, and we are back, and I suggest we quickly go to Doncic's game with Hakobian because a lot of stuff has happened, and now it will be very hard for us to catch up with kind of the real positions on the board. Because, you know, this 15 minutes delay might not seem much during the opening play, but now that when everybody is blitzing their moves out, knight b6, c5, knight d5, rook 1 f2, I believe, right?
e1 check.
Rook check, king h2,
rook g8,
rook e8, knight f7, knight e3, knight e5, rook takes e5. And apparently rook takes e5, and that's something that we were discussing with Michal Sarin before he left the studio. He felt...
Maybe let's...
he felt that it didn't work. Rook e5, and he was right apparently. So d5, check, king g3, and we were thinking a6. And now, well...
rook f2 is hanging, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, you had to, because there is like a checkmate threat, so you kind of had to make a move. And crazy enough, rook d2 is... wait, maybe it's nothing crazy because, wait, the rook is hanging. Why am I saying it's crazy?
So all of the previous moves are forced or not?
I mean, he already took on e5. What can we do? Like check, he'll go back, right? Yeah. So there is no checkmate. He will go back. Yes, we have to take. Then for black, I guess, yes, that was the whole point. Yeah, it was the whole point that why we sacrificed. So check, king g3, a6, and surprisingly, rook d2 is somehow needed. I'm still not sure why.
To protect the rook?
Queen c5, rook d8. Now I'm at the mercy of computer. And queen c3.
Maybe...
And this is...
Everything is protected here.
And somehow this is very important. So
e5, f2, yeah.
So for instance, I'm thinking, what happens if I defend the c5 pawn, and then knight e5, and apparently it's black who is winning, but why cannot black take here? Because then it's rook check.
And
wow.
Another rook.
I'm doubling on the d file, threatening a checkmate, and this king is probably safe.
The only check on g6 maybe?
Yeah, check, and then I go to f2, and if...
Actually, the only move.
Yeah. It's only move, otherwise I'm checkmated, but it's not a big... Yeah, it's not a big surprise that I'm getting checkmated. Right, so rook d2 needs to be found. Yeah, for now, in fact, he still didn't take back after rook e5, yeah? So the position is still...
Could you find the video?
Why? He did take, I believe he did take.
And I saw a check on f8.
And check on f8 is a mistake. So d takes e5, check, king g3, a6, and check on f8, king a7. It says equal, but moreover, it's white who has to be careful now.
Maybe it's time to survive Aram, because after check, what is the next move for white?
That's a big question. No, seriously. Like, I'm not even sure.
It reminds me of one other game of Donchenko.
Yeah, when he was like had everything under control. For instance, here, look, rook d2 is no longer the same thing.
Rook e3 winning the queen, no?
Yeah, but this one's... rook e3 you also have. Queen c5 is even strong. Yeah, rook e3. Wait, so the difference was I had to go rook d2 without giving this check. So hang on. So when I went check, and king a7, I pretty much have to go rook f3, right, to keep the material. Feels like I have to keep the material on the board. With rook f3 and then queen c5. And now it's super tricky. I believe white can easily lose this one.
Yeah, maybe
white can easily lose this one.
The position after
you mean like
this sacrifice?
Lost control over the position, yeah. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, true. Like he probably like underestimated rook takes
rook
e5.
e5, yeah.
Yeah, probably underestimated. So that is the big question. Like, did he have now? Now knight e5 was.
It's very logical idea to move the knight on e5 as we expected.
Yeah, we wanted to.
We wanted,
yeah.
but after rook e5,
Yes.
some attack.
Nicely played by Jacobian, even though it was kind of objectively losing, but it's a very good practical chance.
When you are playing without an engine.
Check here.
It's not easy to find all
here.
And what about the queen g8 with the threatening on a1?
Queen c5, that's the problem. He can run away.
Okay, let's
check.
Continue.
King's running. Queen e6.
You are running again on e5.
I guess c6 or king a5. King on a5 is relatively
nice
safe.
runner on a5.
Yeah, rook f3 and
rook e3.
No, but look, like now, even like looking at the end, Black has at least 3 moves that he's not losing. So it's not about even not about only moves. Yeah, not about only moves. Even like rook e5, I'm not getting checkmated. So I'm saying this probably is dangerous for white, in fact.
Rook e8, yeah, it's not a big advantage for white.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if it's seriously if it's just bad for white in practical, like you somehow really have to find it.
That's why it reminds me the previous game of Donchuk.
Against Saravint, one of the previous games, yes, against Saravint, where he actually ended up losing.
But maybe rook f3 simple move.
Yeah, rook 2
just to
f3,
protect
queen
e3,
c5.
E3 square.
But then I don't understand the next move that Compi tells me.
e6, no, not
e6. We're
queen d6,
somehow losing to.
Maybe, no?
Well,
the threatening
there is this.
Yeah.
And it's a crazy position because it seems I cannot escape the checkmate, but I can. I go here. No. This is.
And maybe it's a draw after queen d4 and again.
Back.
Crazy.
No, wait. Here. It tells me rook e5. No. I refuse to look at it. It will never happen. No, but I'm telling you, rook f3 is a very hard move to play. I don't know if he's done it. No, he went queen g8, which is again an okay move, as we know. Now at least black doesn't have much of a choice. Has to take on c5. They're both on seconds, by the way. So it's move 39. Black has got to take, and then white plays check, and black plays king b6, and they reach move 40.
Rook b2 is not
the same. Go to rook b2 is not the same because after king a5 we have no checks.
I thought about rook a6, king e6, some mate, but no. I thought
like Carlsen Karyakin type of queen sacrifice and checkmate. Yeah, but in fact this way white is losing. So wait.
The move?
Rook a8, king b6 on the board. And that means they've reached move 14.
Check was played, yeah.
Check, king b6, and I guess this is it. Now he'll start thinking because they've reached time control. So we have to You see Aram Hakobian standing from the board, so that means they've reached time control. Let's check all the other games.
We have a draw in the first board.
First board, finally they've made a draw. I don't know, like shall we try to click through or probably like later on if some other games are running we could go through this rook endgame. But it seems Black has enough. Here a lot of stuff happened. Robson Gumulaj against Sam Savian. A lot of stuff happened. They just reached move 40. So wait, let me double check, Move 31 was queen e5, queen c8, rook d8, rook d8. Hang on, it feels like, could it be that black somehow missed the chance? I don't know. Anyway, so white found this nice trick. Rook d8, exchanging like pretty much all the rooks. Yeah, takes, bishop e4, and queen d4, queen takes, knight takes, and black is no longer better, it seems. King f8.
G4, G5.
G4, okay, G5. G4 is something not necessarily great, but what to do?
E3.
King E7.
Bishop F1, Bishop B7, King G1, King D6.
Well, black is more active still. Black is still more active, some knight D5, some...
is on the center, and white king is...
So if you go King F2, for instance, yeah, you can do it, but still, Sam is the one who is trying. And again, King D6, move 40, so they've reached, yeah, actually, let's quickly check so what's happening. Both seated, but they did reach the time control, so Shimon Gumulaj is thinking. And finally, Robson Artemiev. Did they make it to the time control? Yes, both seated.
And it is positioned with
it's unrecognizable. Yeah. So what happened was, like from what we've seen, knight b7, rook a7, knight d6, rook d3, here, rook d5. Wow, that's a cool trick.
Rook d5.
Rook d5, just like that, physically, like attacking the pawn. If knight d5, queen d5, followed by knight e5, and on this pin you win material. Well, that's a beautiful resource. Queen e6, rook e5, traded on a2, rook c8, right?
Yeah, he won the pawn, yeah?
Rook c8, rook a3. Okay,
rook
let me
a3,
see.
king f8. Let me view.
King f8.
Knight d4, rook c7, rook b3, rook b c8. Takes on b5.
Yeah, but it's very hard to beat Artemiev. That is incredible. Like even you tricked him, you played him.
Rook c3.
Rook takes. Rook takes.
e5. Knight d7.
f4.
Knight c5. It reminds me yesterday game, yeah?
Knight c5, knight f3.
g6. Rook b8.
King
e7. Rook c8. King d7. 40 moves.
Yeah, they've gotten to 40 moves. There was apparently some chance of the knight c. I mean, I'm not sure how serious it is. Some f5, I guess, still fine. Yeah. I just seen like Compy was saying something. Yeah, king d7, rook here, king here.
Is it reminds you yesterday?
Yeah, in a sense, I think if white coordinates, it's a better chance. It's 4 versus 3.
Yesterday it was 3 versus 2.
It was 3 versus 2, right? So, but still, I don't see how white is going to coordinate, because whenever you give me time, I'm attacking this guy, right? I go.
Rook c4.
I was thinking knight e6. How do you defend this? And I'm not sure. Check king e8. This guy's hanging. Yeah, I guess it's just impossible to defend f4. It gives some like well, it is possible. Sorry, I'm blind.
That's why I thought about rook c4.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but rook c4, then I can go g3, right? But and if I go g3, then check. Yeah, fair. Anyway, we reached move 40 in all of our games. We have Donchenko Hakobian, absolutely unpredictable stuff. Well, in fact, I'm saying unpredictable, but Donchenko really has to find
the only move.
Queen e6 is the only move. And
again,
after king a5, rook f3 is the only move. And then I'm still not sure if it's like a
Rook
draw
e5
draw.
and
Yeah, rook
a lot of
e5, queen. Okay, now after rook e5, probably white is not in danger because few moves, fine. Right, but this game's definitely going on. Robson Artemiev.
is queen e6 also.
Robson Artemiev depends. It could be like if Robson doesn't feel like he has a chance, it could be like quick draw, or maybe if he finds something, it can go on and on and on. Gumulage with Sevian, I believe Sevian will try to play this endgame. And then Hovhannisyan, Sargsyan was a draw. So we are left with 3 more games. So he did go queen e6. I don't see...
And 2 moves.
Yeah, both are playable. c6 is also a possibility. King a5 for sure.
No checks, yeah?
Yeah, there are no checks, and who knows, like...
And what the rook on a8 now? What the idea?
Maybe we have to move, right? I mean, I would like to go
rook
here,
a3,
but rook a3. Yes, rook a3. So, strangely, I don't have a threat like rook e2. Maybe rook e2 is something I can play.
Okay, if any move with the rook on a8, because it's...
That's probably what we have to do, right? Because with the other rook, if you say go rook b3, rook g2 is a queen f2 without rook g2 is a checkmate.
My idea was to play rook d8, rook d5.
Rook d8. Then somehow this is possible. Why I went rook e2, I was hoping if I can ever take this one, but now... Wait, if I go b5, am I losing? No. If you return, my plan was... I actually do have some stupid perpetual.
That's why rook e5 more safety for black, maybe? Just to take this...
Yeah, rook e5 is the... Wait, it's a rook e2. Yeah, rook e5, queen b3.
And...
But now, interestingly, rook e3, rook takes e3, and queen d6 is the only move, and it's some stupid perpetual check that I don't even understand yet. Okay, we cannot go here, but if we go here, queen f6, wow, that's a cool perpetual. Okay, if we go here, I understand. Back to d6, back and back. Now, this. Queen f2.
But
okay, king d1, knight a3 check. Yeah, so you go here, 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 and this is not a surprise, let's say. What was a surprise that after king e4... No, was it king after that? Yeah, some knight f2, king d5. That is a funny perpetual. Check. Here. Check. That's incredible.
Yeah, but do we need all these adventures
for black?
For black, yeah.
We do, strangely.
How
No, I mean, we don't have to take on e5, but if we took on e5 and queen b3, rook e3, rook e3 is the only move. Rook e3 is the only move. And then if you take with the knight, I mean, I guess from practical standpoint, it's still closer to a draw, but at least like...
Maybe another perpetual check after
knight f1. Yeah, I guess it's objectively a perpetual. It's like computer just doesn't see it, right? Maybe not.
And if you take on h5, mate, or not mate, but
nice.
But
nice.
Nice construction.
Right, king f5, knight g, queen g4, king f6, queen h4, and you run somewhere here. I don't know. Anyway, there is a lot of stuff to think about for these players. Instead after check, which by the way, yeah, king a5 is still not played.
C6.
So investigate a little, c6, rook f3 is still the only move, and rook e3 is the only move from black now. because that's why king a5 is safer, because here in some cases you'll just get this check or that check. Now rook e3 is seriously an only move. Like for instance, if you take with the rook, it's a check.
And if king a5?
I guess you just trade the... no, you don't trade anything.
Trade
Queen b7. Never queen b7.
Queen b7.
No checks.
No checks.
No checks. And then a6 is hanging. So they have to go here. And then you win with some queen g8 threatening. Okay, I mean, it's computer geometry, which is very hard to understand for us. But it's like the bottom line, king a5 is safer after queen e6. King a5 is, here. Wait a second. So what happened? Queen g8, queen c5, check, here. Donchenko thinking. Everybody thinking.
Position, yeah?
Yeah, there's a cool game, this one. So Robson Artemiev can be a long game. Gumulaj Sevian probably will be a long game. And this one is a bit of a crazy game. But they got half an hour each, right? And we have, in all of those sources, we have one which says long break. And this is the button I'm willing to press after 40 moves. Yes, guys. So watch this funny little, not so funny and not so little. It's actually quite a serious video, and we will be back. 3 games are still in progress.
People spread kindness, love, and warmth in the world around you, so that the world becomes even kinder and repays you with love and warmth. Do not forget that the most important thing on our life path is to leave a bright trace behind through good deeds and selfless work. For the sake of this dear, precious, and beloved handful of land called the Armenian world.
Stepan Avagyan.
Paruyr Sevak has a good poem called The Best. Stepan Hyrapetich was the best of the best, meaning he was a genuinely good person.
Stepan
Avagyan, in my opinion, was unique in every way. I'm sure he was unique as a father, as a husband, as a friend, and as a citizen. He was a wonderful person, an amazing father, and a dignified husband. He loved people deeply. That was a natural gift, and I believe very few people can be like that. He always told us that a person should always be kind and willing, and that we should be more attentive toward people who have problems. He lived for 57 years, a short life. When he passed away, we were still young. There were many things he didn't get the chance to see. We are incredibly proud. I believe we were born under a bright star into a good family. He didn't live those 60 years for himself, but for everyone around him. Because when you talked with him, you received a special kind of energy. Your entire outlook on life would change. I could say that Jermuk world and Jermuk in general was loved because of him. Jermuk has gotten a little colder. It has beautiful nature, but the warmth everyone used to feel has lessened. With Stepan Avagyan, people would come and feel the warmth, and the beauty would turn into a harmonious and happy state. For me, it's very hard to go to Jermuk now. Back then, I used to go several times a year, but I don't think I've been there since his death. I often attended gatherings at his place, and the conditions were truly perfect. He was a person who valued chess players. Most importantly, he had great respect for them. When people say someone is a man with a capital M, he was truly such a person. Being a doctor by profession, even now our residents of Yermak remember his professional excellence and how in hopeless situations he used his medical skills to help.
Ինձ համար շատ զարմանալի եւ շատ հաճելի էր նաեւ որ Ստեփանը անտարբեր չէր շախմատային կյանքին եւ հանդիսանում էր վայր.
It was very amusing and pleasant that Stepan wasn't indifferent toward chess life and was the president of the Vyos Zor Chess Federation. I saw how he supported all the events. With such joy and pride, he spoke about the success of Armenian chess players and how warmly he welcomed them.
Կարծես երեք լիներ, որ թիմերով այսպես եւ տղամարդկանց եւ կանանց հավաքականներով բոլոր կարևոր մրցաշարերից առաջ գնում էինք Ջերմուկ աշխարհ.
It feels like it was just yesterday when, with both the men's and women's teams, before every important tournament, we would go to Jermuk World because we knew Mr. Avagyan would be waiting for us with his warmth and care. It's very painful that he left us so soon.
Ես ինչքան տեսել եմ պարոն Ավագյանին, միշտ զգացել եմ ինչքան ինքը բարի եւ ասենք կենսուրախ մարդ է։ Այդ շախմատի
Every time I saw Mr. Avagyan, I could feel how kind and joyful he was. His support for chess was unwavering. He never once hesitated or doubted. He was always warm toward all our players and helped in every way. I always felt that. Stepan Avagyan was a very positive, phenomenal person. Someone who lived every moment of life to the fullest and was a very attentive and caring friend. He was truly exceptional. He was incredibly kind and immensely generous. He could find common ground with anyone and was able to share both their troubles and joys. In every situation, if a friend made a mistake, Stepan would take the blame upon himself, as if he wanted to carry everyone's burdens to ensure there were no errors or regrets. Apart from his enthusiasm and dedication, the support he gave to chess during those difficult years, his steady progress, and his joy at every success of ours inspired us all. He had every right to call Yermak his world, and we all found his love for the city completely justified. He is truly one of the most notable figures in the historical chronicles of Jermuk.
It's astonishing how so many positive qualities could be present in one person, along with traits of complexity and great responsibility. Interestingly, he often befriended people older than himself, saying it's essential to learn from elders and pass that wisdom on to the youth. When I was a teenager ending training camps in Jermuk, we witnessed his daily care and attention. I'm certain everyone who interacted with him would say the same.
Երեխաների հետ երեխայր, մեծերի հետ մեծեր, ծառայող աշխատողների հետ ծառայող.
With children, he was a child. With adults, he was an adult. With service staff, he was one of them. With leaders, he was a leader. This shows his exceptional human quality. The ability to balance such differences in our society.
Ինքը շատ մեծ սիրտ ունեցող անձնավորություն էր եւ ինչ հարց որ լիներ շատ մեծ.
He had a great heart. With every issue he helped with, it was with sincere joy. He loved being able to help people, and he was truly devoted to chess. He knew all our top players and talented children. Especially loved me, and I remember how much he loved chess in general. He always turned big tournaments into celebrations in Jermuk. I was 11 when I played among the U18s. Every time I won a prize, he would go over, take me to the store, and buy me sweets.
Stepan Հարապետիչը ինքերությունը ու մարդկությունների բարձր
Stepan Herapetich valued friendship and human relationships above all. Our doctor had a unique energy. He left a huge emptiness with his passing. I remember how he would say, "Come hold your training camps here. Jermuk is at high altitude, 3,000 meters, and we're closer to God here. Whatever we ask for will reach him quicker." He saw Jermuk as the center of the world. For him, it was a vast world in itself. His patriotism, his love for his nation and homeland was immense. One of his greatest wishes was for Jermuk to become a chess city. It happened. Even today, our chess city holds its own place on the international chess map. Every event held in Jermuk needed to be covered and shared with.
Stepan Avagyանը ամեն անգամ, երբ Ջերմուկում հանդիպում էինք, հարցնում էր, ասում էր.
Whenever we met Stepan Avagyan, he would say, "This won't be seen just in Armenia, will it? The whole world should see it." He wasn't talking about the tournament itself or the hotel complex. He meant, do everything so that people talk about Jermuk.
When you read the international press, they all knew Jermuk as a spa town. But with all these tournaments, it started being called a chess city too. I'm convinced that among our children, in our Armenian gene, the chess gene is so strong that one day we'll see the likes of Tigran Petrosyan, Sambat Laputian, Levon Aronian again. I'm sure new Karen Asrians will be born and will become world-class chess players.
Իզուր չէ, որ այս տարի էլ, ասենք, մենք ունենք մի մրցաշար, որը մտածում ենք, որ Հայաստանի ինչ-որ փոքր քաղաքում մենք.
It's no coincidence that this year we are once again organizing an international tournament in a small town of Armenia, a tournament featuring some of the world's strongest players. I would happily participate, knowing such a strong tournament is happening. I'm sure many chess lovers around the world will focus on this event today because it's a powerful tournament, and the dream that Jermuk would become an internationally recognized chess city is being realized today thanks to Karen and the work of our academy.
Ես շատ ուրախ եմ, որ այսօր այս մրցաշարի կայացման պարագայում մենք կարողանում ենք իր երազանքներից մեկը իրականացնենք.
I'm very happy that with this tournament we are fulfilling one of his dreams, that Jermuk becomes a true chess city, known not only as a resort but also as a city of chess. His work continues through his family, through the chess academy. Everyone remembers and honors him, and of course, it is deeply saddening that he cannot witness these days. I'm extremely grateful to Karen Avagyan, his son, and to the whole family for their care and dedication. Thank you for doing everything to turn our past aspirations into reality.
Շատ կարևոր են այս մրցաշարերը, ոչ միայն նրանք կարևոր են երեխաների համար, մասնակիցների համար, որպեսզի բարելավեն իրենց շախմատային.
These tournaments are important not only for the children and participants to grow and win, but also because each.
And we are back again after a long break during which you could see a little movie about Stepan Avagyan in this tournament. And we are back with round 6. 3 games made it after the time control, right? So we have 2 draws so far. Aravind against Nihal Sarin, Khobani-san against Arsen. 3 other games are in progress. And we are starting with this very sharp game, Donchenko against Khakobyan.
After rook f3.
Yeah, so move 41, queen e6. King to a5, rook f3, and there were no moves. Wait a second. I'm not showing the board. That is not very smart of me. Yeah. So check, king went to a5, rook f3. All that is correct and had to be played. Now, seems like black has alternatives. Black could go rook e2, the move I was looking at. Black could go rook e5. And there is knight e3, which is not my personal favorite, even though the engine says it's okay. So I don't quite understand what the threat is. So it's just, yeah, okay, fair. The move is all right.
It's not a human move, maybe.
Not really a human move, right? So, oh wait, we have a different. Yeah, that's the camera. Now, yes, that's the camera. There's the camera.
Aram is thinking.
Aram is thinking. It's very hard to say like what your objective has to be, because he was in trouble for sure. Now we know that black holds objectively,
but
he doesn't. And at the same time, he might be also thinking about playing for win. If he sees that, yeah, there is no checkmate to the black king, maybe he's looking for some ways to
Queen
get...
g1 and Queen h2
Wait,
idea.
How about Queen g1, by the way? Why Queen g... Queen d5 checkmate, okay. Do we
maybe
see
rook
check
h3.
and check, right? The rook a3 as well. Yeah. No.
A lot of checks.
It's too much. There was one case where like Queen g1 was working, so I wasn't sure.
Maybe the rook was not.
Here it's rook a6 even, rook a3, whatever. Yeah, it's just
rook a3, queen b3.
We can show. Yeah. Check, king b5.
Queen b3.
I don't know. For some reason it goes rook b3. And already here you stop calculating. To be honest, like why do you need this, right?
He played knight.
Knight takes e5, which is interestingly not the most precise. It's very hard to understand why. And apparently queen to f5 is the only move.
And if rook 5 to pin the
check
knight
somewhere.
Check, yeah.
Rook f5.
Yeah, sure.
Queen c3 is more precise. Queen e3 would also work, but queen c3
Okay,
just
we have no rook f3
wins.
here. Yeah.
If king h2,
we will back
c5.
Knight g4.
The knight is pinned
is
for
pinned,
now, but
yeah.
it's also defended, so c5 and pinning the knight, and black is just winning.
Because the knight is protected.
No way, no way to stop knight g4. So he needs queen f5, and then somehow this kind of semi-pin allows white to move the rook back and somehow defend the king. But I'm still very confused. Like, what is this position? Say if
queen d6.
If I go queen d6.
Too many pins.
Compi goes rook f8, b5, and rook f6. Otherwise, black is winning.
And
rook
they
f6.
have no check.
No
double check for
no
black.
No double check, and yeah, discovered check doesn't work because the queen's hanging. But again, like even with the computer assistance, which claims that yes, white is slightly better, no longer better, by the way, I'm rook e4. That's a mess. That's a mess that anybody's game, seriously.
And king e5 is maybe the most active move because the rook is hanging, and maybe white should be even more accurate here than black.
Yeah, queen.
Because queen f5 is
It's actually queen f5 is the only move, right? But I mean, it's easy to understand, kind of, right? Because if you go
rook
here,
b3,
rook e3,
and the black
and knight g4, and black is just checkmating.
Or the queen on e6 after the exchange also hanging.
Yeah, this. I mean, you'll have to take, otherwise it's not even the queen. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Black is winning. So queen f5 is the only move, and then looks like black is the one having alternatives here, because it says queen c1, which I don't quite understand. Queen d6, at least, like it's something move, understandable, yeah. Right?
b5 is.
I would think about b5 as well, unpinning, but then, and this is very easy to miss, queen
the problem
f6.
is a6 pawn, of course.
Queen f6, and somehow there is nothing. And if knight c6, white gets to trade the queens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's actually possible to miss, because after b5, I guess other moves work. Yeah, queen f8 also works. Yeah, then
the idea rook a3, yeah, or
queen f8, and again black is forced to trade the queens. Otherwise, rook a3 checkmate. Okay, so tricky, and it will get progressively tricky, you know, the less time players have. And queen f5 is not played yet.
In Artemiev game, the rook was exchanged after.
So on board 3,
yeah.
Ray Robson had an extra pawn against Vladislav Artemiev. That is what happened on move 40. So rook a8. Rook c4, check. Here, rook c7, rook c1, white has to go to h2, knight d3, rook takes, knight takes. And now further 4 versus 3, I remember like some sources claiming that this is like close to winning for white and so on, but white is not coordinated well. Like with the king on e3, there won't be any surprise here. King e3, king e4, knight d4, and you're pushing them back.
And f4 pawn is
the real target. I could go g3 theoretically, but then black is getting so active. Like this, maybe knight d3, and if king f1,
king
e4. And it's actually remarkable, because after king e2...
Maybe a perpetual check.
Yeah, you have this and this. And if king goes... Yeah, but what's remarkable is that knight f4 computer wants to do.
But it's not human, maybe. Because the knight has no moves.
Yeah.
Because
I guess you have a plan. G5, h5, g4,
and then
exchange all the pawns.
Okay.
So I guess maybe even like knight f4 you can do. You don't have to. You can go king e3 or something. Black is very active. But knight f4 also forces a draw. Right, so that is in case of g3.
Yeah.
If you go g4, then after knight e2,
No,
you just lose the pawn.
No idea how to defend it.
And if you go king g3, then I'm not sure what's the most precise, because knight e2 is interesting. And this check, and it's 3 versus 2, which should be defendable. But there is also king f5, now we threaten. After this check, we go to, not sure.
Maybe maybe sacrifice on g6 is...
Yeah, knight takes g6. We have a check.
King g4.
And then apparently we can take
e6.
e6, h5.
Maybe the idea to take on f4 with a check on e6 after the...
Takes this. Check on e6, king g6, knight c7. This one, I would argue, is not human for black to allow all this, even though it's a draw if we trust the computer. But this one doesn't look very human. So after knight h4, you would probably go back, king f3. But then I would say it's still
maybe g5.
Yeah, g5. Sorry, king f3 is king f2. I guess. But you still go g5. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. So now I defended my pawn, but I don't have a move.
And after g3, Artemiev is thinking.
At g3 was the pawn was playing.
Yeah.
Okay. I think if g3 was the pawn was playing, then it's relatively. I mean, you don't have to be fancy. You just put the king on d5 and knight on d3, and you're holding.
Have you ever won such position for white?
You mean no, not such, of course, but 4 versus 3, I won once, from what I remember, as the kid, and the only thing I knew was that yes, 4 versus 3 should be winning, and somehow I was moving around, no progress. I decided, okay, I will move and exchange one pair of pawns. So it becomes 3 versus 2. And then it became 2 versus 1, and strangely 2 versus 1 turned to be winning, because somehow my opponents, let's say in here, let's say the knight was very passive. Somehow I caught him for knight's trade. But I think I had also like one embarrassing knight endgame which I couldn't win, an absolutely winning position. It's tricky. Like with rook endgames, I'm much better. Like at least I know stuff. This one, you're supposed to be able to calculate everything, but it's not easy. Have you ever played some sort of like endgames that you remember? Of course, we played for a long time. That's why there's been a lot of stuff.
But I think that Artemiev is quite hard.
Yeah, he is a very, very tenacious defender.
G3, but maybe another time trouble should be.
What's the situation with the time right now? 15 minutes
now
each?
It's equal.
Okay, not in this game. Not in this game. I don't think this game will have like that much excitement. We can check Sevian.
Sevian?
Shimon Gumulaj and Sam Sevian. Because Sam
he's trying to...
Some slight, I believe, still has some slight chances. It's not much, but he's still kind of better, a little. So there was that. Black played a5. And that was it. Yeah, black
A5.
played a5, so that a6 pawn is not hanging.
Trying to activate the king on...
I guess
c5.
First, okay, let's say this happened, this and this. And we forced white, I'm not sure if we forced white, but let's pretend that they have to take. And then maybe it's not much, but it's clear that black is better. Like better structure, h3 is a weakness. Like one day, maybe bishop gets here.
And let's imagine if we trade the knight against the bishop.
I mean, like this or the opposite?
Yeah, for example.
This and then white, let's say, just took.
Yeah, should be winning for black, I think. Yeah.
I guess because like
Two,
what
two,
do you do?
two sides.
Even
and,
if you don't lose the attack, like this, so that the pawn is not lost, right? Still, the king is trying to get here,
the
and
bishop is trying
the
to
bishop.
to get
Whenever
here.
you go, yeah, bishop from g2 goes to, just takes the pawns. So a5. I guess you still have to take.
After a5, he played. He trades the knights. After
Okay, this is interesting. So at least now we will know if it's a draw or not. Takes. So there is a weakness, but it's only one weakness.
And if
So he's
immediately
saying,
try to attack, maybe after king f2, we can.
Bishop g2, king f2, and if we are not Robert Fischer,
yeah.
we are not taking on h3, because king g3, and it will be, the bishop will be trapped.
It is interesting that Fischer calculated the variation after this.
Yeah, this famous bishop takes
bishop
h2, right, and he missed something, and people, I think, still speculate till this day.
Yeah.
What he missed, was it winning? Because I remember later on there was some analysis that it's not losing and then it's again like the people found some. Okay, already took, yeah, knight b5, bishop b5. I guess maybe if it holds kind of objectively, then this is probably the best you can do. Okay, so this, let's say bishop e4, and then you never get the chance.
No squares for our king. Maybe we will start with the king on d5, but actually, what the next
king
move?
d5.
My
There's also bishop d3.
Squares, yeah?
There is also bishop d3, or like okay, Compi finds this fancy bishop f1.
If I take on b4, then take on f4.
A-B.
No, I could.
This you cannot. Yeah, this you cannot. It's a check. Right. I thought A-B, I probably cannot go here because then the pawn will promote. But yeah, A-B, and you have to do something about this
bishop,
guy.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop C8. And then actually have to avoid king E4. I guess I just go back now.
Bishop E3, yeah.
Guess I just go back now. E5.
F5 maybe? Or that structure? All
the
pawns...
more pawns on light squares, but still, kind of, theoretically, the only weakness is h3, right? If you cannot get to h3, then white should be safe. I guess they will play for a little bit, but looks like, yeah, white is holding.
I remember the Lord of the Rings film there, the famous phrase about you cannot go.
You shall not pass.
You shall not pass. Yeah.
You shall not pass. Exactly. That's what white has to do. Like, yeah, if you get the king, don't know, to c3. But really, like, I'm trying to understand what has to happen for white to lose this one. There is also bishop e8, by the way. f6 and... wait, now I'll have to take... Let's pretend you maybe take with h-pawn. Now this is less convincing because... Like, I understand computer holds it, but maybe we don't want to. Yeah, I guess king e4 is not a disaster. We just come back.
f5 isn't. Yeah.
I mean, next move is check, and we again push the king, and shall not pass.
Shall not pass. Yeah.
You shall not pass. Yeah. A-B. Makes sense. And I guess they'll play for some time. But let's check. Do we have anything? Any news?
No moves in Donchenko Kapyan game, and let me check. Here in Robsov Artemiev after g3, knight d3.
Here. Robsov Artemiev g3, knight d3,
king g2.
King g2, and Artemiev thinking. I feel like you have to start.
And f6 with the idea to exchange all the pawns.
Yeah, but then it's a check. Now you cannot attack
Yeah,
the knight because
the
I'll
knight.
take, so
Mhm.
you'll have to like go backwards
That's-
somewhere. ef6, king f6, and maybe king f3.
G5?
G5, king. Yeah, probably not in time.
f5 is maybe it's
5 king e5, right?
and everything is hanging
King
here.
e3, knight b4.
Knight d5.
Yeah. If you go here, it's knight d5
Knight
and knight
f4.
f4 and go after this. But yeah, like strangely, it doesn't matter so much. Like if the pawn is here, like protected past pawn, or if it's more flexible. Black has to avoid the situation where, let's say, the knight is
The
somewhere
knight is-
passive, white king is active, and then this is how you might potentially lose this one. I guess also this will be played for some time.
Another plan is to activate the king before and then.
I guess this would be the cleanest way of making a draw if we can get it. Say king f1,
G5.
g5.
Yes, because the f4 pawn is our main target.
Yeah. If we get rid of the, let's say we traded the f pawn, then e5 is hanging, and who said black is worse? Right? Said black is worse. And I guess Compi already told us that knight f4 should be enough for a draw. Yeah, king f2, g5, h5, g4. So it's just.
The video is frozen now?
The video is frozen. Okay, let me see. Is that the same game just from afar? Looks like. We have Donchenko's game. Also, their
Okay.
position is the most exciting one. And he did make a move.
Rook. After knight e5.
Yes, what did
Queen
he do?
f5.
Queen f5,
d6,
correct.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. One of the moves that are good enough for a draw.
And we spoke about b5.
b5, rook e6, otherwise black wins, but okay, understandable. Now queen d4, otherwise white wins. Then,
Maybe
that is cool. Check, you go to b4.
attacking the rook.
Attacking the rook.
Rook b3,
And
knight, rook b3, king a5 again.
I guess you have to go to a5, yeah.
And if we take on h5?
Takes on h5. Interestingly, there is no perpetual check. Wait, is this enough? No, this one I actually lose beautifully because queen f3.
Queen f3, nice move.
Queen f3, king h2, I guess might be something, but looks like a draw, right? So, but queen to f3, and yeah, illusion, right? I cannot really take the queen because my own queen is hanging, and queen e1, king f4.
Wow, nice.
And after this check, we have also queen takes wins. Queen takes wins. I will show how. A3. Sorry.
And
A3
the queen.
Here, E3, and this is very fast. No, but that's a very complicated line. I mean, you can find it if it's already on the board, but from afar.
From move to move.
Yeah, from afar, it's not so easy. So after queen h5, rook e3 is stupid, but c6 or c5 or b. Well, I guess c5 makes the most sense to me. Like I want to push my pawns, right?
But the weakness may be on c7, a6. Huh?
How to attack it?
How to attack?
Both kings are so weak.
Rook a3.
We've been there, king before. Yeah, like we cannot take. Sorry, we cannot take.
Why? If we take with
With
the rook
that rook, yeah, maybe this one we can take, but now we don't have queen f3, so this would be check, king h2,
and
queen f4, and perpetual. Crazy complex.
Let's imagine if we analyzed it without an engine. What it will be?
Wait, c5 here loses to rook. I'm covering. Yeah, I'm no longer
No.
controlling a3, which might also be tricky. So check. Let's say I go. Here is rook e6, right?
Rook e6.
To b6.
It's
Rook e6. This one we can see without an engine.
yeah.
King b4. Let's say you give me another check, and I once again go back.
Maybe now rook e6. No.
No.
Rook e6 looks logical, but
Queen e6.
Queen e6 is better.
That is what they say. It's incredible. So easy to get confused, seriously.
Who are you rooting for in this?
I don't know. I don't have a favorite. Like, I'm as unbiased as it gets, as commentators should be. Like, I feel like draw is almost unavoidable by now because both kings are so weak and players are good not to blunder a checkmate, but perhaps like you cannot really avoid the perpetual check.
Mm-hmm.
So c5 didn't really work. How can I... Okay, and after b5 we said this is the only move. And queen d4. If not queen d4, I'm just like casually losing this guy. Yeah. Queen c5, for instance. Queen f8. Yeah, this queen f8 is a cool trick.
The main goal is to trade the queens for white. And what
yeah,
is...
then you're winning, and for black to checkmate.
To checkmate. What to
yeah,
checkmate.
actually, if I get like the pawn somewhere like c4, c3, I might be able to trade the queens then. Right. So now
only
after
5 minutes left
for Hakobian.
And why? b5 was played.
b5.
b5, yeah.
Now after b5, rook e6 is the only move. But it's like the most logical move at the same time.
Of course, so many checks are hanging.
Yeah, you need to attack the queen, otherwise. Wait, is it ever what am I blocking? Queen g6, right? I think queen g6. Knight f3 is also winning. Yeah, because you just knight defends this rook. Yeah. Takes, and the knight is just. So rook e6.
Rook e6, yeah. Not yet, but...
Yeah, he'll probably play it. Okay, shall I check the other games, at least from a camera view? This one is hanging. The camera, we don't see it.
Artemiev played f6, and after check...
Artemiev, wait.
It was my idea to play f6, just to...
g3, what was after g3?
g3?
Knight d3?
Knight d3, king g2, f6.
F6 immediately?
Yeah.
Yes. Knight d4?
Knight d4, and
he's thinking. Yeah, I guess you're right. Then we just... Like,
g5, yeah.
King f5, g5. I guess something like that we can try. Knight moves, and to try to play, let's say, this structure. Take with the pawn. And I mean, it's objectively it's a draw, but I don't know. Like maybe not to b5, but say to e2. Takes with the pawn here, knight g3, so that we control these squares. Then we somehow trying to get with the king. Yeah, no, it should be a draw, but still, it's the game. Yeah, it's still the game. For instance, here, check, king d4, knight e6, king e5, and this is how white might win. It's still a draw, but already quite scary, right?
For amateurs, this position is full of dangers.
Absolutely. That can easily be lost.
And Sevian?
Mulash Sevian, any developments?
Not much.
They exchanged on b4. Sevian played bishop.
Bishop e4.
Bishop c4.
Bishop
king
c4, king
c6. But it's even hard to tell what you want here, right? Let's say you made it all the way to b5, and white cannot trade. White goes here, right? And
Okay,
then
bishop d3.
this is where you go bishop d3. That's actually one tricky. I mean, I shouldn't be on f2, right?
But you have a target on f7. Maybe.
That's one tricky line. Yeah, go here. f6, and then now bishop f7. But this is scary.
Yeah.
This is scary. I mean,
to play with this.
This one's probably. Wait, I shouldn't do it. By the way. Why did I go to c6? I can go here immediately, right?
f5.
There's a 5. There's a 5. So that's why I went to c6.
But maybe check on e8.
But then, yeah, exactly. Then it's a check on e8. And if you take here, that's probably still enough. Takes, and you go bishop f5, and then the pawn starts running. So I guess white's not worse.
We just see the king on f2. That's why
we think
a bit worries about white position. But
and actually, there was me to put the king on f2. There was no need. Or king was on f2, right?
The current position is with the
bishop on d5 and bishop on d3.
Mm-hmm. And the idea is to trade the bishops, maybe for black.
Okay, maybe we should do this first. And let's say if white's waiting, this, and this is where I can try.
And all our balls on the black squares, we are happy, but how to win?
Here. There's also king e3, which is even more annoying. But I thought like kind of the classical way would be this, and then they go and you give them check, right? b5, then the position is absolutely blocked, and otherwise you go here.
Still, you shall not pass.
Yeah. Right, bishop d5, bishop d3. That's the situation. The time is ticking down.
Maybe after in this position, I mean Donchenko Akopyan. Now it's interesting moment.
4, yeah.
Their white could give perpetual check after rook
e6.
Rook e6.
Queen d4.
Queen d4.
Right?
Rook a3.
Rook a3.
King b4. Rook b3. King a5, and this is the current position. Their white is.
White has the perpetual.
Has.
That's the position. So white has the perpetual. White has queen h5, and after queen h5, remember we're looking at like moves like c5 and so on. I think he will take. Again, I'm not entirely sure.
It depends also with his physical.
How tired he is, and so on. But I understand like Donchenko should be the one irritated because he was winning in a previous part of the game, and then
something goes wrong. That's why maybe he's a bit
check here, and
okay. Is really white for white.
There is also this move.
Maybe we can.
So if you take.
Maybe some rook in game after.
Check. No, king f5.
If I take
rook e6.
But
king e6.
The fork is often.
Check. Back. Knight. Pawn.
Who is first
c4, g4. No, it's probably like some queen endgame. There's c4. There is no reason for white to play it, right? So you're pretty much playing queen, and black's to move. Yeah, there's zero point for white to go for it. Zero incentive.
It is very interesting because he has only 4 minutes, and if he is not if he's ready to play here, I don't know, because he's risky too.
Yeah, it's risky for him as well. Yeah, I understand. But I feel like if he finds, let's say that Queen H5, he's not in danger, like he's not getting checkmated or something. By the way, Queen H5, remember, it's a very good chance that Black will just do this and blunder Queen E3, and you win.
Yeah.
And you win. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good of a chance it is, but it is a realistic chance. It is a realistic chance. So Queen H5, if I see it, if I'm sure I'm not blundering anything, because after C5 I still have the perpetual.
The perpetual, yeah.
I still have this followed by this, and King C4 is too much. So I guess Queen H5 in a way is kind of free try.
How he's focused right now. Look at the camera.
Yeah.
3 minutes left.
That is the most kind of intense part of the game usually, especially if you have a position like these two guys have. I imagine Savian's game doesn't matter. You can play 50, I mean, like, doesn't matter the time. You can play 40 random moves, accumulate time, then think, then move one pawn. You know, so it's not, the price of each move is not as high, if at all. Here, it can mean like a difference between you winning and you losing.
Of course, just look on the kings.
Still,
absolutely crazy.
Crazy position, yeah. What does he do? What does he do?
He's thinking.
Actually, he can go check, and
check,
then decide. Wait, I just realized after this check, King B4, I have this check.
To protect the rook.
C5, and then this check.
And if it is a mate or not?
So if you go here.
It's still not mate. I thought about rook A6 and
rook A6, King A6.
Yeah.
This has to be the move, but it's from F8. I mean, if this is
rook A3, maybe it's perpetual
rook A3,
check.
King
B6, Queen
B6, Queen B8, King C6, and wait, check, King D5. Wow, rook D6, King E4, and you take the queen. It's actually not a perpetual check. It's some random mess.
End game, yeah.
It's some random.
And
mess.
rook E3 is not a check, and not draw immediately.
Here, or.
And if knight
there is no check. If this one, I go to F1. If this one, I go to G1. So apparently it's a draw because Black at some point just starts moving the C pawn, and
C3,
you are forced.
C2,
yeah, you are forced to give a perpetual because the knight and the rook, they support the pawn very strongly. But it is like a separate line.
Maybe it was the third perpetual. Let's check. Rook A3.
Rook A3. No. Let me find. Rook B3, King B4. Yes. You mean like threefold repetition?
Yeah.
Was it?
Rook B3, King A5. Rook A3, King B4. Rook B3, A5.
So Black can claim, or
Black could claim, but he isn't. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't claim, but White can claim if he wanted to.
Maybe nobody wants.
Yeah, sometimes it's the situation, like nobody wants to claim, but at the same time, nobody wants to change the move. Right?
But maybe after 5.
After 5 times, arbiter can claim. Yeah, that
claims.
I think was the rule. If you repeat it 5 times, that arbiter is allowed to interfere. Still, wait. So check here. Queen F8, C5. Yeah, but then White also doesn't have any other tries. Check. Wait, and apparently King C4 is now possible.
Hot move.
That is like, I can find so many puzzles in this position. That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. So we still have here, right? We still have it here.
Donchenko has
The discussion and a handshake. So apparently rook a3 is a threefold repetition, and the draw was, I don't know, offered or claimed, whatever, and just let's wait for official confirmation. The king's being put in the middle. But yeah, if Donchenko would lose on time, because that is the only kind of my only concern, that he made this last move on seconds. If he would lose on time, he would behave differently. So that's a crazy, crazy game, Maria, that ends in a draw somewhat unexpectedly, but also, yeah.
Cool. Aram was in trouble
for the most of the game.
For the most of the game,
but
so he's lucky today.
He's lucky, but he's also very inventive with tactical tricks. Yeah, so well played. Okay, which keeps the status quo. Hakobian 50% and Donchenko on -1 still. Yeah. So we have 2 games left. Gumulaj-Sevian is the one that we have the camera on. Here, no? Is that the one? Is that the one? Because it's empty.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, let me check from every single. Okay, that's a hanging camera. That's an empty board. That's an empty board. Can you see what it says?
It is 7. Yeah, it's a draw.
So in fact, it's already over. So bishop d3. I mean, can we just quickly, if you could tell me, after 49th move, bishop d3.
Bishop b3.
Bishop to b3, f takes, h takes. And one just went king g3.
King g3, king d5,
h4,
takes,
g takes, king takes. Yeah, who's
bishop d1, g5.
Who's better and why? Yeah, like now if you look at it, it's a white who has all of his pawns safe. Yeah, so that is a draw, and the only game that is left, if it's left,
Robson-Artemiev. Yeah.
Yeah, Robson-Artemiev. Here, regrettably, the camera doesn't really work, so I guess we will get this one. We are somewhat behind, right? E f6.
After exchange
f6, knight to d4, king went to
f3, h4.
Doesn't really matter.
But he played
E6,
h5.
king f6,
not g5.
King f3 and h5.
I thought about g5 to exchange another pawn, but h5 maybe it's also possible.
Probably he means it this way, that let's say in order to make progress, you will have to go g4, and this is how I'm trading the pawn, right? So he went h5, king e3, and
king
knight
b2,
b2.
Knight b2, knight f3.
Knight f3. Yeah. And there'll be some jumping, knight c4, d6, don't know.
Knight c4.
Why? Yeah. What's the time left? Seconds for Artemiev and 5 minutes for Donchenko.
For Robson.
For Robson, pardon me. Confusing the players. Confusing the players. I mean, it's really, really. Okay,
but
check.
We have 30 seconds in treatment.
So if I go here, knight d6, and I say I go g4.
And if I
hg, hg. And probably that's my best chance to kind of hope that you'll get confused. this. I can go knight f5, I'm on. Knight b5. Now I'm thinking if I get something like that.
Of course, I will not take on d4.
We will not trade, but who knows? Check, king back, here, check, king back.
You
king
know,
d5.
my knight is good jumper.
Here, of course, like after g5, you just take. I'm being stupid. Yeah. So g4 is not played yet. Where are we? Knight c4.
So today, no results. No wins.
Decisive games.
No decisive games,
Final game, and it's very likely that it'll be a 5th draw, which will keep everything intact. Go into the last 3 rounds. We will have 3 people in the lead with +1, given that this ends in a draw, right? We'll have 3 people with +1, which is Nihal Sarin, our guest in the studio maybe an hour ago or so, and then these 2 boys,
Artemiev,
Ray Robson and Vladislav Artemiev. Yep.
The most peaceful round today.
Yeah, we never had all 5 draws.
No.
Yeah, there's always been like one. There's always been one decisive game, and then yesterday
the second
was
round
3.
Was 2.
Second round was 2, and then
In
yesterday
the first was 1.
3. One, and then yesterday was like.
Yesterday was
a lot. A lot. We cannot count to more than 2, so whenever it's 3, it's a lot.
Is it rainy outside?
No.
No.
It's a great weather, so it's time to agree a draw in this fantastic night endgame, so that we all can go for a walk. Now, I perfectly understand why Robson is playing it. He has an extra pawn, and also Artemiev is kind of always on seconds, so it's perfectly understandable. So my problem is that I do not see how much time Artemiev has. For me, it's now I don't see it. For me, it says zeros.
In my screen, it's.
You still have but
35 after his move on f7.
Knight f7.
35 seconds.
Yeah, knight b5 too. I mean, it's something. It's something. I understand he can probably play like g5 and.
Or just.
You think like pass, and you cannot really do anything.
Yeah. And
so I say I go here.
And just counting
check,
how many
here.
moves.
You have knight f5. Because if knight takes, king takes, I'm threatening h4. Yeah, I'm threatening h4. So here, 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 here. And we are left with the kings only.
And tomorrow?
Yeah, what's the tomorrow's round? So 3 last rounds will be the most important, of course.
Tomorrow, Nihal Sarin, Avanesyan.
Nihal has white.
Yeah. Akabyan, Ravind. Artemiev
with white against
Donchenko,
Sevian Robson,
and Sargsyan Gumular.
So Nihal Sarin with white,
Artemiev with white, and
Robson with black against Sevian. And because the tournament is kind of so even, everybody is like more or less. Nobody kind of is in the last place or anything. It's +1, -1, So it doesn't make sense to discuss like who has easier finish or so on. I guess Nihal Sarin has easier finish because he doesn't have to play Nihal Sarin. One could say this. Yeah, one could say this. That's the only idea.
And also he has 2 white.
Okay, this is important, right? This is important. So out of 3 games, Nihal Sarin has 2 whites. I imagine Artemiev has 2 whites.
Artemiev, yeah.
Yes, and for Robson, it's probably black, white, black, right?
Robson, black, white, black, yeah.
So. But on the other hand, Robson won 2 games with black. Robson won 2 games with black, so maybe it's not that important what color is he playing. Alrighty, knight went to b5 and g5 was played. I guess
simple idea to exchange all the pawns.
Yeah, the only sensible move would be to to get this structure, and which is actually very bad for black, as you can see. Yeah, but after king e4, black has h4, and when you take that, black takes that, and this apparently is a draw.
It's two pawns on h file now.
This, and knight h6. And it's Zug's one, right? So you have to let me go to f5.
There are some interesting tricks in such
Even at the end, yeah, sometimes you have to be super careful. All right, knight d4 played instead, and again h4 is the best and probably the fastest way, and he's done it immediately.
Yeah.
He's done it immediately, so now I'm not even sure like how you try. Do you go g4 takes knight f3?
And if we exchange the knight,
Knight e5. Yeah, it's actually a draw. You just take on f3, king takes, and you go king e5.
we are waiting for g5.
Yeah, like technically it's the only move, right? King g5, king e4 wins, but it's the easiest move ever. Yeah. And actually, that's what he's done. He went g4.
G4.
Pawn takes pawn.
Maybe king e4.
Knight g5, knight h3. Right. So that's definitely kind of the only try. And knight e5 is the only move as well.
Yeah.
So, well, at least it's fair to say.
But you know, the pawn is hanging on h4.
Yeah,
that's why it's easy to.
And yeah, knight g5, obviously, this loses. Yeah.
And you know that only 1 minute for both players left. That's why maybe it should be very fast.
Should be fast, yeah. Knight f5. We can go knight g5, right? Knight h4.
Knight h3.
Takes. I mean, nothing to discuss. Knight f3 played. And yeah, Artemiev
maybe this is the last move.
It is
the last
right.
move, yeah.
It is the last move that he has to find after king e4.
And of course he played it immediately.
Yeah, after king e4, like takes on f3, king e5. Yeah, it's easy for. I imagine it's easy for our players, but just to mention that amateurs very often, like you play a decent game and then you're tired and you play one careless move and you can, you know, sort of spoil all your previous achievements. King to e5.
That's why Artemiev has his 26-41.
Is there any trick? No. You just put the pawn on f3 and you're allowed to shuffle as much as you want. So yeah, I guess it's just
you have no video?
Regrettably, we don't have that camera, we don't have that. Okay. I mean, that's probably the best we have.
Okay.
That's probably the best we have. The king e5, I expect it to be a handshake.
Handshake, yeah.
And there it is.
Nice moment to finish our
that
broadcast.
Concludes round 6 of Stepan Avagyan Memorial. So there was an opening of the tournament, first 3 rounds. There was a middle game of the tournament, next 3 rounds. So round 6 finishes with 5 draws.
Yeah.
And we still have the same situation. We have 3 people leading, but on +1 only. And those who are kind of on a last place, they're on -1 only. So it's 3 rounds to go. Anybody can win the tournament, strangely. Anybody can win the tournament. It's very important to play the end game of a tournament nicely, which we, I think, wish to all of our players, and let the strongest win.
And we have no free days. That's why tomorrow at the same time.
Tomorrow, same time, same place. So it's not only the competition of how good you are at chess, it's also the endurance, right? Who has more physical abilities. Anyway, thanks for watching, and see you guys tomorrow.
Bye-bye.